All right, everyone, we are live.
Good evening, Cheryl and Brett. We're live, but we can do a quick sound check just to make sure you're good.
This is Cheryl. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Hi, Nicole. A quick sound check before we begin the meeting.
Hi, it says that my video can't be used. This is on my laptop. It's not allowing me to. It says my video is as webcam is not working.
If you think you have time to do a quick reboot and join back up, that might help.
Okay.
Can you hear me, Erica?
Loud and clear, Vance. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hey, Erica, Steve Adams. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Did that help, Nicole?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Fabulous. Great. Okay, I think you guys are all set, so we will turn it over.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Apex Town Council meeting. And I will now call to order to Apex Town Council regular scheduled meeting for Tuesday, February 3rd, 2021. Before we get into regular business, what I would like to do is do an attendance roll call of our council members. So when I call your name, please respond with here or present. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Here.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Gant.
Here.
All right, Councilmember Stallings.
Here.
All right, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Here.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a full council tonight. All right, remember all council members to say your last name when making a motion or when you would like to second any motion. And then all required voting tonight will be completed by roll call. So we move now to our invocation, and while we all have different beliefs and faiths, traditions, what we'll do tonight, I want to bring attention to how thankful I am to live in a blessed town of Apex, North Carolina, and also how grateful we are to enjoy the sunshine today after so many rainy days in our town. But I have to bring light to just yesterday, over 500,000 people have died of COVID-19, and also our brothers and sisters in Texas that are dealing with the tragedies there. So I would like to do at this time call a moment of silence to show our love and support. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. All right, if I could have the flag posted, please, and if you would join me in a pledge of allegiance. All right, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll move now to our presentations for tonight. And we have 3 presentations, and we'll start with the first one. This is a very, very, very special presentation that I'm excited about. And I'll do this at this time, call Mr. John Brown into my office here at Town Hall and to present him a few things here. Stand by. All right, brother. Don't make me cry, okay?
It's not you I'm worried about,
Can you
Mayor.
move that chair just to make sure that's not blocking the view? Okay, thank you. So you're joined here tonight by many of your coworkers. This is a special time. And I know we would love to do this in a different way, in a grand way. But with the COVID-19, you obviously know we had to change things quite a bit. But nevertheless, we're here. And we're going to honor you tonight. This is your night, John. And I know there are many people joining us tonight on YouTube who share the love that I have for you, and these people here tonight, they have for you as well. You've really been a trailblazer. You've really left your mark here, man. You've been a friend to me, a brother to me. I know when I retired in 2018, we were in your office, and I tried to get you to come with me. And you said, it's not time yet, John, it's not time. And I respected that. You're such a humble guy, and you just came here and led and did what you were assigned to do. That was your purpose, and you lived it out. So what I want to do right now, as the mayor of the town of Apex, and I never thought I would ever do this for you, going back to when I was 17 years old, you gave me my first job here at the town of Apex as a scorekeeper in youth basketball. Now, I remember a couple of times you said, Josh, you messed the scorebook up, buddy. You got to get better. So that's when I said, I think I'll try being a police officer, so that worked out better. But what I want to do tonight is read you this proclamation, and we got several things for you tonight, okay? And I'm going to try not to get emotional, okay? Please bear with me. Recognition for years of service, John M. Brown. Whereas John M. Brown began working for the town of Apex on January 15, 1986, as the first full-time Parks and Recreation Director. And whereas Brown's guidance and leadership, the department has grown from 2 town-owned parks, 1.5 staff members in 1986, to 12 town-owned parks, 16.6 miles of greenway, 617.5 acres of parkland, and 76,000 square feet of recreational building space as of today. And whereas Brown has been instrumental in helping the town council achieve goals for the community to improve the quality of life for Apex residents. And whereas during Brown's tenure, the lives of Apex residents were enriched through the construction of the Apex Community Center, the Halley Cultural Arts Center, Rogers Family Skate Plaza, thank you, buddy, and their respective programs, and the spearheading of a massive community effort to create Kidstown Park. And whereas residents and visitors regularly voice their appreciation and adoration of our parks, recreation, and cultural offerings, and see them as unique to Apex, and some of the most loved amenities offered. And whereas Brown has served faithfully in both professional and community organizations as a member and leader, including but not limited to Apex Rotary Club, President 2005 to 2006, Apex Festival Commission, AAU basketball coach, and the YMCA We Build People program. And whereas Brown has recognized by community organizations for his contributions by being named a Paul Harris Fellow and Rotarian of the Year in 2006 by the Apex Rotary Club, Citizen of the Year in 2003, and the Louis C. Smith Hall of Fame inductee in 2015 by the Apex Chamber of Commerce. Outstanding. And whereas the town of Apex wishes to recognize Brown for his service to the town of Apex and his community and the impact his leadership has had in enhancing the quality of life in both. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Mayor of Apex, North Carolina, that John M. Brown be commended for his outstanding efforts to serve our community and be a trailblazer literally for the town of Apex. And be it further proclaimed that the Apex Town Council hereby honors John M. Brown for his long and distinguished career in local government in North Carolina and for his commitment, dedication, and leadership to Apex. The town of Apex hereby expresses its deepest appreciation for his service to our community and wishes him a healthy and fulfilling retirement. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the town of Apex, North Carolina, to be affixed this 23rd day of February 2021. Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of Apex. We got more.
Oh, wow.
So as I thought about what you mean and how you led people, I look at this as you were on the mound for many years. You were pitching and you brought us through many games, okay? And hit many home runs too. So what I thought would be fitting tonight is I want to do something special for you from me. I want to retire your jersey, town of Apex.
Oh.
35 years in Brown. And just to add to it, there's a baseball signed by me.
Oh.
I'm not done yet. You'll get your
Oh,
opportunity.
come on. Wow.
Now, this is the grand finale, okay? Not many people receive this from a high office, very high office. A lot of people did a lot to get this for you, but it's certainly well deserved. And as a recipient myself, it's my honor to represent the governor's office. And tonight you'll be receiving the state of North Carolina, the Order of the Longleaf Pine. Do you know it by heart? Do you know it? You don't have to know it, I'll give it to you. All right. The Order of the Longleaf Pine, with the rank of Ambassador Extraordinary, privileged to enjoy fully all rights granted to members of this exalted order, among which is special privilege to purpose the following North Carolina toast in select company anywhere in the free world. Here's to the land of the longleaf pine, the summer land where the sun doth shine, where the weak grow strong and the strong grow great. Here's to down home, the old North State. Congratulations, brother. Now it's your time.
I really don't know what to say. I wrote some remarks, and there's a lot of things I want to say. When I came to Apex 35 years ago, my plan was to come here, stay 3 to 5 years, and leave. and go somewhere bigger and better, because that's what you do when you get out of school. And I was telling somebody a story a few minutes ago that I was sitting with some friends, some guys who'd been around a long time. They told me, they said, it's great to have that plan, but with where Apex is and the potential it has, don't be surprised if you stay there your entire career. Fast forward to 35 years. I can never thank everybody that I should thank. I've been blessed. The elected officials that I've worked for since day one, including the ones that are here tonight, have never been anything but supportive from day one. Not many people in local government can say that, but I think it speaks to the character of the how special Apex is. Two people I want to thank. One is Larry Jordan. Larry was the mayor here when I came here, and Steve Stewart was the town manager. And Larry and Steve, along with the board, and was Board of Commissioners then, put their faith and trust in me. He gave me a shot. And I'll never forget that. They didn't have to, but they did. And I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure. I've worked with town managers, assistant town managers, and department heads that have been like family to me. They've been role models. They've been mentors. And I would never be able to thank them enough. Each and every one of them. And this is the hardest part. The team and the people that I've had in my department for 35 years are the best there are. They work their tails off every day to make sure Apex has the best Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department it can possibly have. And the ones that are here tonight, I can't thank them enough. They've been like a family to me. They have watched over me. And I can't thank them enough. The last group of people that I want to thank are the citizens of Apex. They gave me an opportunity 35 years ago. They have been nothing but supportive in everything that we've done here. And there are so many great things, to come. Every accolade, every attaboy, every well done, everything that has happened since I've been here has been because of the citizens of Apex. Because of the elected officials, because of these folks here, because without all of them and everybody working together, it would never have happened. The last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to say this to you, Mayor, you and I go way back, and you mentioned that a little earlier. You have been like a brother to me. And we joke about it, but it comes from our hearts, and we know that. To see you and what has happened from the time I met you to see you now and see you sitting in that chair leading this town is awesome and phenomenal. And God bless you, brother. The future's bright, and I look forward to just everything that is coming, because there's a lot of good stuff happening. So thank you for everything, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to be a small part of this community. So. There you go.
All right, if I could just real quickly have each council member just to say a quick 30-second congratulations to John. So we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
John. So we go back before I was a council member because of my family being so involved in the rec, basketball and soccer for the town, even though my son's grown now and still our family being involved. And I met you during the charrette too, really talked to you during, I wanted to come and learn about skateboarding. And so just, you know, to have the pleasure to talk to you, to learn about your heart and how you feel about the youth, from those playing rec, you know, ball to those who are playing at a higher level. You have the same love and respect for them and the families. And some of the things that I've known you try to do to encourage people to continue to support and be part of the town. And, you know, I hope that we remain connected. We both love Carolina and we both love Apex. So congratulations and thank you for all you've done, and looking forward to continuing to talk to you. So congratulations and thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Well, Mr. Brown, 35 years is a long time to be in one place, and you have obviously left your mark on the Apex in such a wonderful way. Jacques' recognition of how many parks and greenways and buildings that we have now compared to, you know, when you first came here, there's no comparison. So I want to thank you so much for what you've done for Apex. And just to make note of the fact that, you know, here within town government and within the town of Apex, the Parks and Rec, you know, department is what got me involved in depth in local government. So I truly appreciate the mark that you have left here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gant.
John, I want to wish you echo the big congrats from everybody. As a 36-year-old myself, I have a hard time understanding 35 years in one place. So kudos to that. You know, I think I've always seen Parks and Recreation as a town or city defining department in a lot of places. And people, you know, think about, you know, wherever they go, they kind of look at the parks and say, okay, that's what they remember. That's where they go when they go to a new city. And so I think it's so important that your leadership has led our Parks and Rec department to be one that I think our residents and visitors are proud of and are impressed by. And the things are getting better, I think, like you said, and exciting things are happening with the Parks and Rec department that your legacy will live on through that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Stallings.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for all that you are and all that you have been to our great town of Apex. I've lived here for 23 years, seen it really grow exponentially, as well as our cultural resources program too. My son started here, you know, as soon as he could get into all the leagues, he did, he and his friends, and it was such a great opportunity for our youth. What you and your staff have done to give our youth places to plug into and have a sense of belonging, no matter their skill levels, and that's such a treasure and a gift for our families and our children. You're a real gem, the seeds, and they're still growing, and they will continue to grow. Thank you so much for contributing to the quality of life for many of our residents and for many years to come. We appreciate you, and best wishes and blessings to you in your retirement.
Thank you.
All right, and Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for 35 years. Wow, man, that's you built this program to what it is today, and that's so impressive. And thank you for all the effort you've put in. Thank you for creating this wonderful system of parks and greenways that our citizens enjoy. I'm a little newer, so I don't have the anecdotes everyone else has about interacting with you and stuff. The one thing I do remember is when I first got on board last year, we had all these meetings with all the departments. We talked to everyone. I remember talking to the Parks Department and finding out for the first time exactly how many people work there and what they did. And I was blown away that we were able to maintain and do so much with the number of people that we had. I thought we had a staff like 5 times the size for all the lawns we got to mow and parks we got to maintain and all the programming stuff. It's absolutely amazing what you've been able to create here. So thanks again for your service to the town, and happy retirement, man.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys. All right. All right, thanks everyone. We'll now move to presentation 2 by Mary Beth Manville, Human Resources Director, presentation announcing the new Town of Apex Retiree Recognition Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council and Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for having me this evening. And John's presentation was a great segue into what I'm presenting this evening, which is a Town of Apex Retiree Recognition Board for all of our employees or retirees now that retired from the town with at least 5 years of service. And I must give credit where credit's due. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier, this is one of the first things that she mentioned when I came on board that she would like to see. And in that time, we were just kicking off a branding study. So we wanted to see that through first and make sure our colors and everything were great. But we've come up with a board that we think is really awesome and worthy of the names, of course, that are on there. So I'm going to go ahead and share that with you. I'll start first by just saying that we had originally planned to do a grand reveal, and we were going to invite our retirees in person and really play it up and do a nice little, some kind of banquet or something afterwards for them. But obviously COVID prevented that, but we'll make it up to you. But I did invite our retirees, and so we can't see them, but I do understand we've got quite a few of them that have joined us and are viewing from our YouTube live stream. So welcome, Town of Apex retirees. Many of them know John, and John for sure knows all of them because I did some quick numbers, and I think everybody on this board has worked with John Brown if they've been here in the last 35 years. So I'm going to just display a mock-up of this board, but it's actually going to be installed tomorrow. They're going to come down and install this at the bottom of the elevators on the first floor in Town Hall. So let me show this to you. All right. And I apologize. I know it's probably very small on your screen, but I will try to, you can see the big view here. It's an acrylic board that will be, again, displayed in Town Hall downstairs on the first floor by the elevators. And it states that we proudly recognize our retirees. And I'll try to zoom in a little bit so that we can slowly start to see some of these names. But you can see it goes back all the way to 1988. And I should say, we did our best to get all the names that we could find from reaching out to our prior HR director, Eleanor Green. Thank you for helping me out with this. We also then reached out to all of our employees and said, hey, here's the list of names we've got. Please let us know if we're missing anybody. We even got on our hands and knees and we're pulling personnel files, trying to figure out who had retired directly from the town, and again, having those 5 years of service. So if there's not a name here, we've got plenty of space and we can add them. So please contact our HR department, myself directly. We'll make sure we get them recognized. But, you know, coming out of this conversation that we just had with John, it reminded me that we focus so much on what folks have done with us when they're here. And certainly that's important, especially with the great staff that we have now and our workforce that we have in place right now. But we would be remiss to not recognize those that came before us and really paved the way for Apex. And the names that you see displayed here are really or have each one had a contribution to making Apex the great place that it is today. And so I do want to take that moment to recognize all of these retirees and everything that each one of them have done for the town. As everyone knows, you hear a lot of times that those that you work with day in and day out, you oftentimes see more than your family. And as John just said, that's what Apex has always been, a big family. And so these names here are certainly the original family, the OGs, if you will. Mayor, I know you probably like that. And so we definitely want to recognize them because, again, the extended family that we have now with our continued workforce and those that are in place right now definitely owe it to these folks for all that they did to bring us along and to leave us with such a great inheritance to work with when we came to start here with Apex. So I do want to recognize all of these names. For the sake of time, I won't go through each one of them, but we will have this. It's in the agenda packet. It's also going to be available on YouTube, so you can see it later if you want to come back and pause and look at the names. But we will have it up tomorrow. And then I believe in March, the doors to Town Hall will be opening back up again to the public. And so we certainly invite anyone that wants to come by and take a look at it to come and look and let us know if you're here. We'd love to come and say hello to you. And again, once things clear up a little bit more with COVID, hopefully we can have a nice little reception for everybody and get the group together. And we'll bring John Brown back. I know I snuck him in there on the end and on the board, but he's going to be on there, our first 2021 retiree. But thank you for letting me be here. Again, thank you to our town retirees. We appreciate everything that you've done for us. We hope you're doing well. We certainly remember those that are no longer with us. But for those who are, we also just want to again say thank you for everything that you've done for us. And thanks again, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to be here tonight.
All right, thank you. This is amazing. Appreciate all the work that has gone into it. And I'm sure is appreciated by all of the retirees. I know for me, being an OG, I appreciate that.
That's right, you are an OG.
Any other comments by council before we move on? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move on to presentation 3. And this is also a proclamation, presentation of Women's History Month, and a very important proclamation, certainly one we want to highlight for the town of Apex. So what I've done tonight is requested that my colleagues join me in the share a reading of the proclamation. So we'll begin with Council Member Cheryl Stallings with the proclamation. So please, thank you.
Okay, so Women's History Month, March 2021. Whereas Women's History Month traces back to the first International Women's Day held in 1911 and was extended to Women's History Week in 1978. And whereas Sarah Lawrence College, the Women's Action Alliance, and the Smithsonian Institution collaborated to host the first Women's History Conference in 1979. And
whereas the women's suffrage movement led to the passage by Congress of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States in 1919 and was ratified by the states by the summer of 1920. And whereas in 1980, President Jimmy Carter issued a proclamation declaring the week beginning March 7th, 1982 as a Women's History Week.
Please stop the water for a minute.
And in 1987, Congress provided bipartisan support to extend the week to Women's History Month. And
okay, whereas the theme of 2021 is Valiant Women of the Vote, refusing to be silenced, recognizing and honoring the important roles of multicultural suffragists and voting rights activists. And whereas women of every race, ethnicity, and background have made contributions to the growth and strength of our nation in countless ways. And
whereas women have historically played and continue to play a crucial economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the workforce inside and outside of the home. And whereas women of every race, ethnicity, and background have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of freedom, suffrage, and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which creates a more fair, just, and inclusive society for all people. And
Whereas, despite these contributions, celebration of this month acknowledging the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history.
Now, therefore, I, Jacques K. Gilbert, Mayor of the Town of Apex, do hereby proclaim March 2021 as Women's History Month in the Town of Apex and call upon all citizens to celebrate the numerous contributions women have made to our community, state, nation, and to the world. Signed this 23rd day of February 2021. If you would please join me in a round of applause for this proclamation. All right, thank you so much. Okay, we'll now move to the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine to be enacted by one motion with the adoption of the consent agenda and without discussion. If a council member requests discussion of an item, the item may be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. And I do understand there is one change on consent 12. That should be the date through September 6th instead of May 31st, 2021. So please make a note of that. Any other? Yes.
This is Councilmember Killingsworth. There's also updated language that makes CN4 gender neutral language. So
Okay.
I don't think it made it to the agenda on time, but according to our HR director, it has been updated.
Okay, great. All right, with those modifications, is there a motion to accept the consent agenda with those changes?
I make a motion to accept the consent agenda with those changes. This is Councilmember Stallings.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Stallings.
Second, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Second, Councilmember Killingsworth. All right. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the vote now. All in favor say aye, any opposed say no. So we'll do a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, so that passes unanimously. We now move down to the regular meeting agenda and have not received any information or requests to change anything on the meeting agenda. So with that, is there a motion to accept the meeting agenda as presented tonight?
I'll make a motion, Gant.
All right, motion Gant. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second, Killingsworth.
Second, Killingsworth. Thank you. Any discussion on it? All right, great. We'll take a vote now. All in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Stallings
Aye.
and Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. We have a set agenda. With that, we will now move to our public forum. This is an opportunity for members of our community to speak and be heard by our council and take any necessary action if required. So I'll go ahead and open up public forum, and I understand there are some recorded comments. So if you would, go ahead and start with the first recorded comment. Thank you.
Okay, working on it. Give me 1 sec here.
It's not playing, Conrad.
This public comment is from Carol Ferguson, who lives in Gastonia, North Carolina. Congratulations, John, on your retirement. So happy for you. This public comment is from Dan and Karen Willis, who live at 2151 Jefferson Avenue, Gastonia, North Carolina. Congratulations to John Brown on the occasion of his retirement after 35 years as the first full-time Parks and Recreation Director for the town of Apex. May God bless you in your season of retirement. The Lord's plans for you continue. This public comment is from Jay Smith, who lives at 1831 Housing Street, Greensboro, North Carolina. My name is Jay Smith, and John Brown is my uncle. For 42 years, I have known him as one of the most loving, loyal, and honest people in my life. He is also fiercely protective of the things he loves, and it should come as no surprise that one of these things is the town of Apex. I work for a university, and I usually see 30 to 40 students every day. Sometimes I see students from Apex, and I always say to them, my uncle is the director of Parks and Recreation. Some of them look at me like I'm crazy, but most of them tell me that they love the greenways, or they enjoy the skate park, or some other compliment about the job that was done by someone they probably didn't even know existed. Someone working behind the scenes to make something happen they didn't even know they needed. Someone who helped put Apex on national top 10 list. Someone who has never sought recognition and has put the spotlight anywhere but on himself. And even though I will now have to say my uncle used to be the director of Parks and Recreation, I will continue to tell every single one of them, Uncle John, congratulations on your retirement, and I love you very much. Thank you. This public comment is from Mickey and Peggy Smith, who live at 1437 Fern Forest Drive, Gastonia, North Carolina. As I type this email, I have big tears of pride in my eyes because I'm John's sister, Peggy. I'm sad because I'm not there standing beside him, but I'm streaming and I'm certainly there in spirit. John is definitely the very best brother anyone could have. He's so very loving and protective of me, and I can only imagine how dedicated he's been to Apex during his 35 years in the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department. I know that he has many wonderful memories that he will take with him as he begins the next chapter in his life. I'm excited that he will have more time to spend at the beach, and I plan to be there more as well. There are many folks that he will miss seeing every day, but friends are friends forever, and I know he plans to stay in touch. As I close, I'd like to thank each of you at Apex for being there for my precious brother when I couldn't, and for everything you've done to help make this wonderful man that he is today. Love you bunches, John. Mickey and I are both so very proud of you. Hugs, sis. This public comment is from Marcellus Howard, who lives at 1009 Kimberly Drive, Apex. Hello. Seems like Pleasant Park will not be complete until fall 2022. Junior tennis and pickleball courts at Apex Nature Park need resurfacing. I was notified that resurfacing of the junior tennis and pickleball courts at Apex Nature Park was in the budget for this year. I am wondering what it would take to convert 4 junior tennis courts into pickleball-only courts without the junior tennis lines. If not all 4, is it possible to convert 2 courts at Apex Nature and 2 courts at Kelly Road to have orange pickleball lines only? Also, is there any way to add at least 6 more feet of court behind the baselines at Apex Elementary courts? Pickleball courts are always busy and sometimes with a wait. I have not seen the courts at Apex Nature Park, Kelly Road Park, or Apex Elementary full of junior tennis players. Pickleball continues to grow in popularity due to it being the fastest growing sport in the country. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Nelson. I live at 1003 Black Oak Court. It was disappointing to hear that the officer who texted me a negative and threatening comment about my family's expression of Black Lives Matter was exonerated, yet the Apex Police Department cultural assessment released to me at my request was a validation of my experience and concerns with Apex PD. This was never about one text from one police officer. It was about a police department culture that allows racism to compromise its work. The report offers numerous examples and makes it clear that racial bias and blind spots appear entrenched in APD culture. The department now has a clear opportunity to follow the recommendations of the report, and thus far, they seem to be moving in the right direction under the leadership of the mayor, town council, and interim chief. We need to establish an APD that is transparent and accountable for their actions to the entire community they are sworn to serve. The town of Apex is like the rest of America at a crossroads. Does Apex continue to insulate, cover up, and encourage racist, sexist, and homophobic ideology among its employees, specifically law enforcement officers, or does it take substantive steps toward creating a community with equity, fairness, and zero tolerance for hate? I want to believe that the leaders of Apex are committed to the latter. All the reports provided to me have recommendations indicating the Apex has a lot of ground to cover to reach a place of equity and inclusion. The first step is for Apex elected officials to publicly acknowledge that under the leadership of Chief Letney, the police department's climate rivals Jim Crow era policing. Second, we demand a full community inclusive review of the police's policies and practices within the Apex Police Department. If an Apex police officer can threaten and harass a neighbor and your policy finds that officer did not do anything wrong, the problem is not oversensitive community members. Rather, the problem is your policy and its interpretation. Third, we demand all three reports mentioned earlier be fully released to the public. The townspeople have a right to know the biased mindset of some who are sanctioned by this town to carry weapons and use them with impunity. Transparency is needed to battle the cancer that is biased and hate in our police department. Further, we demand that a citizen review board be created. This board should have the power to be involved with policy, evaluation, application, and administration. I thank you for your leadership and the work we have ahead of us.
This public comment is from Carla Gregg Kearns, who lives at 1105 Fallen Oak Drive, Apex. As a citizen of Apex, I stand with Lori Nelson and make the same four demands and expect Apex to move forward with police reform. This quote is a direct recommendation from Diversity and HR Solutions in the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020. Appointment of a formal citizen advisory committee or board to sustain trust within the community, have policy review, and to enhance transparency. The committee should reflect the diversity of the Apex community with a focus on race relations, community policing, and standard procedures within the police department. The advisory group could provide input to the town manager and town council. This can be found on the 11th page of the document. This public comment is from Darlene Oglesby. To whom it may concern, as a citizen of Apex for over 24 years, I stand with all those who support police reform in our town. This is a difficult time in our country, and every effort should be made to maintain high standards, efficient training, and transparent accountability for all our public servants. Police officers in particular need to be held accountable for their actions both on and off duty. This quote from the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020, completed by Diversity and HR Solutions, highlights the current biases and inequities rampant throughout the Apex Police Department's officers and leadership. The culture reveals the existence of deep loyalties, professional pride, and a commitment to upholding the community of yesterday. Like many law enforcement and membership organizations, a commitment to following the line exists, and loyalties must not be divided. Yet, like many families, it is unaware of the dysfunctionality and impact of its protectiveness for some members of the team at the expense of the greater good. This can be found on the 5th page. Apex has been a great place to raise our family. It is our responsibility for their future to ensure a fair, equitable, and just experience for all our citizens, regardless of color, sex, gender, social status, or race. Thank you for seriously addressing this issue in Apex. This public comment is from Jessica Matthews. My name is Jessica Matthews, and as a citizen of Apex, I stand with Lori Nelson and make the same 4 demands and expect Apex to move forward with police reform. This quote from the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020, completed by Diversity HR Solutions, highlights the current biases and inequities rampant throughout the Apex Police Department officers and leadership. The mayor crossed the blue line and allowed his daughter to start the whole thing. The mayor needs to apologize. And when policing the minority side of town, officers may not show up to calls or come to calls very late. The town of Apex has an opportunity to implement the measures recommended by Diversity Solutions and the demands of Lori Nelson, which will truly make the town of Apex the peak of good living. Apex is a good place to live only if the police and town officials represent and protect all residents, regardless of their race, gender, sexual orientation, religious, or political views. I believe that change is possible if the recommendations are implemented by town officials and with the accountability of the Apex Police Department. I look forward to the following progress of the cultural shift and policy changes necessary to have a police department that represents and protects all residents of Apex. This public comment is from Kevin Nelson. Town Council. As a citizen of Apex, I stand with Lori, make the same 4 demands, and expect Apex to move forward with police reform. This quote from the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020, completed by Diversity and HR Solutions, highlights the current biases and inequities rampant throughout the Apex Police Department's officers and leadership. George Floyd did not die due to the cops. He was a drug head and asked for it. And Black Lives Matter is an anarchy to create division and overthrow the police. This can be found on the 6th page of the document. My wife is Lori, and the burden of change does not fall to a few people alone. It requires officers, staff, and their leaders to be committed to introspection and transformation when it comes to acknowledging and ending racism and a public that remains relentlessly engaged. It will require North Carolina legislators to be accountable to their voters, voting for changes in state legislation that will allow Apex to move forward with their plan of a citizen advisory board. A board that has oversight, power, and personnel file access that can answer to the community at large, understanding that it will take all of us working together to forge a more kind, just, and healthy community for the diverse and changing town. This public comment is from Ross Pearson, who lives at 108 Copper Coin Court, Apex. As a citizen of Apex, I stand with Lori and make the same 4 demands listed below and expect Apex to move forward with much needed police reform. This quote from the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020, completed by Diversity and HR Solutions, highlights the current biases and inequities that seem to be rampant throughout the Apex Police Department's officers and leadership. The police department has issues with diversity all across the board. Women, LGBTQ, race, and the Apex Police Department has little to no diversity at all. And HR is pushing us to hire more minorities rather than qualified candidates. This can be found on the 7th page of the document. It was disappointing to hear that the officer who texted his neighbor a negative and threatening comment about her family's expression of Black Lives Matter was exonerated. Yet the cultural assessment report of the Apex Police Department released to her was a validation of her experience and concerns. The report offers numerous examples and makes it clear that racial bias and blind spots appear entrenched in Apex Police Department culture. The department now has a clear opportunity to follow the recommendations of the report, and thus far they seem to be moving in the right direction under the leadership of the mayor, council, and new interim chief. We need to establish an Apex Police Department that is transparent and accountable for their actions to the entire community they are sworn to serve. The town of Apex is like the rest of America, at a crossroads. Does Apex continue to insulate, cover up, and encourage racist, sexist, and homophobic ideology among its employees, specifically law enforcement officers, or does it take substantive steps towards creating a community with equity, fairness, and a zero tolerance for hate? I want to believe that the leaders of Apex are committed to the latter, but Apex has a lot of ground to cover to reach a place of equity and inclusion. The first step is for Apex elected officials to publicly acknowledge that under the leadership of Chief Letney, the police department's climate rivals Jim Crow era policing. Second, we demand a full community-inclusive review of policies and practices within the Apex Police Department. If an officer in the Apex Police Department can threaten and harass a neighbor and your policy finds that the officer did nothing wrong, the problem is not an oversensitive community member. The problem is your policy and its interpretation. Third, we demand that all 3 reports mentioned earlier be fully released to the public. The people have a right to know the biased mindset of some people who are sanctioned by this town to carry weapons and use them with impunity. Transparency is needed to set a strong course for positive change. Fourth, we demand that a Citizens Review Board be created. This board should have the power to be involved with policy evaluation, application, and administration. Thank you for your time. This public comment is from Stephanie Mitchell. As a citizen of Apex, I stand with Lori and make the same 4 demands and expect Apex to move forward with police reform. This quote is a direct recommendation from Diversity and HR Solutions in the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020. A culture exists and is being supported where officers were comfortable making comments that were blatantly racist and out of touch for serving a multiracial community. The entrenchment goes deep and will require a multi-pronged approach to change and build a culturally competent and caring Apex Police Department to serve and protect a diverse community. This can be found on the 12th page of the document.
Hi, my name is Reed Pearson, and I live at 108 Copper Coin Court, Apex, North Carolina, 27502. I'm a citizen of Apex, and I stand with Lori, and I make the same 4 demands and expect Apex to move forward with police reform. This quote from the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment, dated October 2020, completed by Diversity and HR Solutions, highlights the current biases and inadequacies rampant throughout the APD officers and our leadership. The police department has issues with diversity across all across the board. Women, LGBTQ, race, and the Apex PD has little to no diversity at all. And HR is pushing us to hire more minorities rather than qualified candidates. This can be found on the 7th page of the document.
My name is Sundiata Peoples, and I live at 1000 Black Oak Court, Apex, North Carolina, 27502. As a citizen of Apex, I stand with Lori and make the same 4 demands and expect Apex to move forward with police reform. This quote from the Apex Police Department Cultural Assessment dated October 2020, completed by Diversity and HR Solutions, highlights the current biases and inequities rampant throughout the APD officers and leadership. There is no police brutality. The media is fabricating lies and making our jobs harder, and media coverage causes anger among officers, and we keep the riffraff out of Apex. We only see blue. And in regards to dealing with the community, the Black community hates the PD. The PD is abusive to minorities and only serves the wealthy white side of Apex. The Facebook post about interacting with the community is fake and non-reflective of how the lower income is really treated. This can be found on the 7th page of the document. Thank you.
Okay, that's everything.
Mayor, I think you're on mute here. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's try that again. We'll now move to public hearings and closed public forum. The first public hearing tonight is by Shannon Cox, Long Range Planning Manager. Possible motion to continue the public hearing for proposed transportation plan amendments associated with the rezoning application 20CZ12 Felton Grove High School. So Ms. Cox?
Yes, I'm here, sorry. So since the planning board did not vote on this item, we're really just requesting that you continue it to the March, I believe, 9th meeting, and there would not be a presentation this evening.
Okay. All right.
Shannon, actually, the continuation would be to the March 23rd meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, legal, I'm assuming we need to vote on that continuance. Is that correct?
Yes, a motion, a second, and a vote.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, is there a motion?
And to be clear, real quick, do we make a motion for all three of the items related to this, or just are we going to do it one by one?
I'm fine with doing all three together, if legal is okay with that.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think they're all for the same project. That's correct, Diane?
Yes, that is correct. They're all the same project.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. Just make it very clear that we're continuing all three of those.
All right, so we're continuing public hearing 1, 2, and 3 to March 23rd date. Is that correct?
Yes, March 23rd.
2021. Okay, very well. Can I have a motion?
I'll make the motion, Gant.
All right, motion Gant. Second.
Killingsworth.
All right, second by Killingsworth. Any discussion on it before we move to the vote? All right, all in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. And we'll do a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. All right, we'll move now to public hearing number 4. And this is public hearing and possible motion to adopt an ordinance on the question of annexation for annexation number 705. Providing more information is Lauren Stoudemire, Planner 1. So, Lauren, thank you.
All right, good evening, everyone, and I will present the annexation 705 and rezoning case 20CZ16 together, if that's all right with you. Perfect. So as I mentioned, this is annexation number 705 and rezoning case 20CZ16 for Cusimano property located at 2609 New Hill Olive Chapel Road. The property is located in this southwestern area in New Hill. This property is a total of 1.90 acres and is located east of New Hill Olive Chapel Road and south of the Woodbury subdivision and east of Bellaterra, which formerly is known as Jordan Vista. This property is vacant and cleared. The property is also proposing to annex into the town of Apex to receive town services. The property is currently zoned Wake County Residential 40W, and the adjacent zonings are all the same zoning district of Wake County Residential 40W. The applicant is proposing to rezone this property to medium density conditional zoning. The 2045 land use map identifies a subject property as medium density residential. The proposed rezoning to medium density conditional zoning is consistent with that land use classification. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on November 23rd, 2020, and a second one on January 25th, 2021, and both copies of the neighborhood reports are in your packet. The applicant is proposing single family and accessory apartment and has provided 12 residential architectural conditions, as well as condition 13 through 14, which I will read. Number 13, the existing parcel is served by 2 driveways accessing New Hill Olive Chapel Road. Subdivision of the parcel into 2 or more lots shall not increase the total number of existing driveways. Number 14, the minimum front building setback shall be 40 feet from the current right-of-way. Number 15, all single-family homes are to be pre-configured with conduit for a solar energy system. The full listing of the proposed zoning conditions can be found on page 2 of the staff report for reference. A letter of impact from Wake County Public School System was received for this rezoning and is included in the staff report packet. Wake County Public School System indicates that schools at all grade levels within the current assignment area for the proposed rezoning development are anticipated to have sufficient capacity for future students. The Environmental Advisory Board reviewed this rezoning at their November 19th, 2020 meeting and did not offer any suggested zoning conditions. Approval of the rezoning and annexation is reasonable because the proposed medium density residential conditional zoning district is consistent with the 2045 land use plan. The proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will permit single-family residential development consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. In addition, the proposed rezoning will allow the property to connect to town water and sewer services. The Planning Board held a public hearing on February 8th, 2021, and voted on February 10th, 2021, to unanimously recommend approval of the rezoning with the conditions offered by the applicant. Planning staff can recommend approval with conditions as offered by the applicant. I'm happy to answer any questions, as well as the applicant, Mr. Joseph Cusimano, who is on this team's call as well.
Thank you. Any questions for Lauren? All right, Councilmember Gant.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Lauren, with this kind of small rezoning, can you help me understand like road stubbing and like sidewalks and road widening things? How much are they doing that a normal or not doing that a normal development would do? And how does that work with something that's small versus a larger development related to that?
Okay, that's a great question, Brett. Thank you. So we would look at this as a single family residential house if they were doing a building permit through the process. If they are, if they do in fact meet the exempt plat, then we would review it with our ordinance with the setbacks and things like that, but we wouldn't be able to require any right-of-way dedication or anything that would be that you see with the subdivision or a PUD. It would just be the straightforward, making sure it meets our dimensional standards and things to that nature.
Can I ask a quick follow-up? So that means that the 40-foot setback condition was to anticipate if the road did widen or a side path was added to account for that and not have it interfere with the building. Is that
Correct.
Right?
Correct. Yes, sir. Just because when we do this, the single family permit, there is the setback, and this way, without the right of way being dedicated, this will help the building have that leeway of not being right up to the new right of way.
Okay, I'm sorry. One quick thing. So, like with the Jazzy Street that's shown here on the photo to the northeast.
Yes, sir.
How does Apex or planning? How do you guys make sure that connects somewhere? I'm guessing toward New Hall Chapel Road. I'm assuming if everything develops kind of in pieces like this, there won't be a spot for it to hit. And so, how's the planning work for like that kind of road to connect somewhere?
That's a great question. Actually, I think Russell Dalton is on this line. Would hate to put him on the spot, but maybe he can provide that transportation input.
Yeah, that's fine, Lauren. I mean, I can weigh in on that. So I guess what Lauren was talking about, there is an exemption, like a exemption with the state for what we call an exempt plat. There's also exemptions in the UDO for small development. So there's 3 conditions under the UDO, like if it generates less than 150 trips per day, if it's under 10,000 square feet, and if it's a subdivision of 4 lots or less. It's exempt from any road frontage improvement. So that would, it would fall under, one of those exemptions, obviously, to keep from having to do road frontage. As far as connections go, we do look at these on a case-by-case basis, based on planned roads in our transportation plan and roads that are currently nearby from subdivisions to determine if we would recommend any kind of connections. In a case like this, this type of development, there's not really a good opportunity to connect a road here, and there's no road in close enough proximity to really recommend a connection. So we wouldn't in this case. There might be another case where a smaller property comes forward where we might have concerns, and we would bring those concerns up with a zoning of this type if that was an issue.
Thank you.
All right, I think Councilmember Mahaffey is, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just an observation. It seems to me with these conditions, it would be impossible actually to hit medium density. Like this would essentially be boxed into low density forever, right? So why not rezone it as low density? Is it just to conform better to the land use map? It also seemed to looking with the current county zoning, like they barely need a rezoning, right? Like they're doing 2 units on 1.9 acres. Seems like a pretty interesting case. So I guess that's my question to be clear is like, why not just do low density here? Why
Mr. Mahaffey, this is Diane, Ken. So basically they would have had to pay to have the land use map amended. It would have been an odd amendment. Lauren, if you could go back to the land use map. It would have been a bit of an odd amendment to do low density anyway, but it would have cost them more to do that. They would have had to ask for a land use map amendment. And I'm sorry, you had a second follow-up?
Not really. I was looking at the county zoning and it seemed like they're very close to not even needing a rezoning, right?
So they had to rezone because they need to annex to get town water and sewer. They have to have a town zoning. So it's just easier and more consistent to do medium density, even though they don't have an intention of subdividing for medium density.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right. Lauren, does the applicant wish to speak or present anything?
Let's see. Mr. Kismana, would you like to speak at this time?
Not really. I just want to say I look forward to continuing to be part of Apex.
All right, thank you. All right. If there's no other discussion, we'll go ahead and open up public hearing for these items. And are there any recorded comments for public hearing 4 and 5?
There are none.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public hearing. There's no action tonight on the vote. It will be continued to Thursday's council meeting for vote. All right, thank you so much. All right, so we'll close that one. We'll move now to public hearing number 6 by Sarah Van Avery. And that is for 21 CZ01.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. I will be presenting rezoning case 21 CZ01, Wolf Properties PUD Amendment. Next slide. This is for subject properties located in this general vicinity here on the east side of Wimberley Road, north of 64 in the northwest area of Apex. Next slide, we're zooming in on the parcels and we're looking at those here in this boundary off of Wimberley Road, west of the preserve at White Oak Creek. And this assemblage here is just over 43.5 acres. The subject properties are currently zoned planned unit development, conditional zoning, case number 19 CZ22. Surrounded by other PUD zoning here to the east and Wake County R80W over here in the other area, northwest and south. Next slide is the proposed zoning district. This is a PUD amendment. Therefore, the zoning district requested is also planned unit development conditional zoning. Next slide, the 2045 land use map. The rezoning is consistent with the land use map. There are no changes in that regard. Next slide is our existing conditions, and I'm just going to bring us here to the overall site layout for purposes of other items in my presentation. Again, we're looking at just over 43.5 acres. These are the subject properties here are still contain the residential structures, but are otherwise wooded. The applicant conducted neighborhood meetings on December 28th, 2020 and February 5th, 2021. The neighborhood meeting reports are attached in your packet. The original Wolf Properties PUD was submitted prior to the agreement with Lake County Public School Systems to provide a letter of impact on rezonings, including residential development. Since the proposed PUD amendment does not include a change to the approved density, a letter of impact was not requested. This is a PUD amendment, and in your staff report and packet, you have a complete listing of all of the proposed changes. But just to let you know, essentially, this is a PUD amendment that's going to allow for flexibility between the development for the subdivision and future town property. So subdivision is all this area, future town property in this area here. So essentially the changes in this PUD amendment are to allow for flexibility for the development of both at the same time. It's to make adjustments for things like interior and streetscape buffers, internal setbacks, play lawn slope mitigation, building materials for Public Safety Station 6, as well as updating zoning conditions for project timing related to CD approval and land dedication. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to zoom that in. The planning board heard this item at their February 8th meeting and voted on February 10th unanimously and recommended approval with the conditions offered by the applicant. Planning staff also recommends approval. Case 21 CZ01 Wolf Properties PUD amendment with the conditions offered by the applicant. We feel that the approval of the rezoning is reasonable because the proposed planned unit development conditional zoning district is consistent with the low density residential land use classification on the 2045 land use map. And the proposed rezoning is reasonable and in the public interest because it will provide flexibility necessary to ensure cohesive development plans for future capital projects. I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time. The applicant is on the call with us. We have Andy Petty, the engineer, and Josh Swindell, the applicant, on the call with us. Should you have any questions for them as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from council? All right, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Yeah, could you just be a little more specific about what exactly the changes are to provide that flexibility? Oftentimes these amendments come through. It's difficult to see what actually is changing because we're getting the whole package in. But what exactly is going on here?
Sure. So first we have changes in setbacks for government uses. So that's an addition. We have changes in it's under the perimeter buffer section of the PUD, but essentially it's that there's the additional language is that in no case shall a buffer be required between existing town property and land dedicated to or planned for dedication to the town. So essentially what that means is this area here, it removes the need for that buffer internally. This is current town property here, future park area, and then this is Public Safety Station 6. So it removes that internal buffer. There was also language that no buffer shall be required along the major and minor collector streets. However, street trees located outside of the right-of-way shall be planted along Mirkwood Avenue which is this entrance point here. From the entrance at Wimberley Road to the first single family residential lot, which is roughly right about here. There's also language added for instances where the private play lawn exceeds a 2% slope, a dogway station shall be installed. Maximum slope for private play lawn shall be 10%. And so it's for a play lawn. It's over in this area. There was language removed for some of the architectural standards. There was additional language for identifying the solar, those lots with solar systems. We removed materials from the non-residential uses for Public Safety Station 6 so that they could comply. There was a note about clarifying that structures on the site will be removed. And then a lot of the other ones in the Parks and Rec section of the PUD, there were the 4 zoning conditions that were tied to the timing of Public Safety Station 6. And so those 4 have been updated. And that's either updated to reflect a change in dates or to reflect information that we know now that we didn't know when this PUD originally came through in 2019. And I think, and then there was another zoning condition that, or additional language that all landscaping to be located within the rights-of-way bordering Public Safety Station 6, which is going to be here and then along Mirkwood Avenue, so right in this area here, shall be delayed until after the CO of Public Safety Station number 6. Planting shall be installed and inspected by a zoning compliance officer within 3 months of the CO. Essentially, this allows the timing of both construction projects to move forward and not having one needing to install buffer plantings, and then the other come in and rip them out to put in the access drive. So this just allows that flexibility again for these projects to work together independently of one another, but still with one another. So hopefully that covers everything.
Yes, I mean, is it accurate to say, and I think it's fairly clear that a lot of these are done in our requests that we've been working together with the developer here to provide. Some of these almost seem editorial, but a lot of them are, to provide more flexibility, that we are deeply involved in developing this rezoning.
Yes, exactly. Now that we're in CDs for the subdivision plan and we've had a review of Public Safety Station 6, there's been essentially some tweaks that we're able to address through this PUD amendment that allows everything to work cohesively.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the developer for working with us.
Right. Councilmember Stallings.
Yes, thank you. For a refresher, I think I had in my notes that it's going to be about 129 homes. Is that right? About 55 single family and about 74 townhomes. Is that right? Do I have that correct? Or did I misread that?
I think that I think the max overall was, I believe, at about 130 units. I don't recall what our unit count is offhand.
It's 130 with 75 towns, 55 singles.
Perfect. Thanks, Josh.
Okay, that's right. Thank you. And just a rough estimate on solar for me, a percentage or numbers are we talking about? What are we hearing for that again, please?
This was just a clarification that those lots with solar would be identified on the plat. There's no change to.
There's no change to that.
What was correct? So I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry, putting my eyes on it. They will provide at least 6 homes in the development built with 3 kilowatt active solar systems on the roof, which is approximately 5 to 6% of the overall units. So the additional language was that these units will be identified on the plat.
Okay. And can you remind me, did we have any discussion about tree conservation or tree replacements for this project?
Yes. This might have been the first one. I'm not positive, but if it wasn't the first, it was one of the first ones that has the tree preservation zoning condition.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is about the single-family detached residential standard change 1 and 2. So it was previously 50% having a first floor master, and house entrances could be, it says may be placed at grade. Why the change there?
Yes, so the first condition read a minimum of 50% of all single-family homes will be restricted to have a master bedroom located on the first floor of the building. However, up to 50% of the homes shall be permitted to have a master bedroom not on the first floor. These units shall be identified on the final plat. So this sort of left with a 50-50. So it just seemed that this language wasn't necessary and the goal could still be achieved, that 50% of the units could have it on the first floor or on the second floor. And the removal of the second condition, house entrances may be placed at finished grade or a raised floor with crawl space, I believe was in request to what we're seeing in market demand.
That really doesn't answer my question. So the second one was house entrances may be placed at finished grade or a raised floor. It's kind of arbitrary. I don't see the need to remove that. It's just saying that it can be at grade if needed. The first one, basically, are you saying that there is no market for first floor masters?
No, it was the wording condition just stated that a minimum could have them on the first floor, but up to 50% could not have them on the first floor. So it just seemed that really, and Josh, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, but that this condition wasn't really necessarily needed, and that if the builder wanted to provide the first floor on the, to provide the owner suite on the first floor due to market demand, and that's what they're able to achieve.
I'm going to let Diane or Andy correct me if I'm wrong. This change was first installed here initially due to mass grading, and when single-family homes are typically built on slab. And in this neighborhood, at this price point, we're not, for the single families, we're not going to be building on slab. And so Diane or Sarah one shared that in that case, then we can remove this requirement. And yes, there is very little demand for downstairs master in this submarket. Over 80% of the sales we're seeing in this northwest corner of Apex, buyers are choosing to have a more open main floor plan and an upstairs master.
Yes, in terms of what staff asked for, when we do have slab on grade, we asked for the first floor master because the developers were telling us that the slab on grade was for people with limited mobility. And so when folks are willing to do raised crawl space or raised slab, there's not necessarily a reason to require the downstairs master. We basically were calling the bluff of former developers that wanted slab on grade because it's cheaper to build.
This is Andy Petty of Curry Engineering. Those are all the exact reasons as to why those conditions were removed. Again, I think the condition is, it should be noted that just because the condition was removed, there could be more than 50% of those masters down. It's just not a condition to require it. It was really added in there to allow some flexibility on the floor plans themselves.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Sarah, any more information you want to give, or you're?
No, that concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll go ahead and open up public hearing on this item. Are there any recorded comments for this item?
We did receive an email, and I'll read that into the record.
All right, thank you.
Sure. My name is John Shell, and I live at 720 White Oak Pond Road, Apex, North Carolina, 27523. And this email concerns the public hearing conditional zoning number 21CZ01. Where on the site will the retention pond be located? In reviewing previously received documents, will additional trees be added where Hickory Hill Lane and the current power lines run to provide a buffer between Preserve at White Oak and this neighborhood? Are there zoning requirements to provide tree buffers between two neighborhoods? Given the location of proposed houses in previously sent information, additional trees should be required between this new development and Preserve at White Oak, ? Because the existing road and power lines create a gap. This will make both neighborhoods seem more private. Will the existing power lines be removed? A PDF is attached with notes on a site plan. Thank you. And that concludes the email that we received. And just to let you know, we responded to the citizen and answered the questions posed in the email.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up from council on that? All right, if none, if that's his last one, we'll go ahead and close public hearing on this item for comments, and it will be moved to Thursday, February 25th, meeting at 4 o'clock for more discussion and vote. So thank you. All right, we'll move now to public hearing number 7. Shannon Cox, Long Range Planning Manager, public hearing, a possible motion regarding proposed amendments to the 2045 land use map related to transit-oriented development. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. Just so you know, I cannot see you because I am using my notes for this particular presentation. So if you do need to interrupt me, please do so. So the proposed amendments tonight are all related to promoting transit-oriented development. So they are adjacent to our both existing and planned transit routes and generally increase residential densities or mixed uses. Just a quick summary of the process of developing these amendments. This was an idea that came from the Planning Committee of Town Council. The Planning Committee tasked staff with looking at approximately 300 yard buffers, which is a little less than a quarter mile around our transit routes, to identify areas where potential land use map amendments may be needed. Within those buffer areas, we narrowed further down to specific areas where amendments are proposed. Those recommendations were reviewed with the Planning Committee. The Planning Committee met specifically with the Chapel Ridge neighborhood because of some ongoing discussions in that area. And then we hosted a virtual public workshop for the entire community to both learn about the proposed amendments and to share feedback with us. We also had an online comment form and received additional comments through that form. So the staff report provided includes a detailed summary of all comments received. I'll just be summarizing those in the presentation this evening. So just quickly to review the transit routes. So the proposed land use map amendments that we'll discuss tonight all fall within these squared lettered areas, and we'll walk through these one by one. The green route shown here along North Salem and Salem Street is the brand new Apex Cary Express. So this is the new route going between Apex and downtown Cary to the depot there. This just started in January. The yellow route is our first local route, Go Apex Route 1, which we are working hard to implement this year. The blue route represents Go Triangle Route 305, which runs between Holly Springs now and Raleigh, and is expected in August to be extended to include all-day and weekend service between Apex and Raleigh. And then the purple route is Go Triangle Route 311, which runs between Apex and RTP. We did not consider potential amendments along this route because it is only a commuter route and it is not an express service. So the town council is very familiar with our land use types, but I do want to orient you to a new designation that we are including on these proposed amendments. You'll see this A, which is a special designation of high density where only apartments would be allowed. So typically with high density, it could include townhomes, triplexes, quadplexes, and apartments. Where there would be an A, it would only allow apartments. So we'll walk through these areas one by one. The first area is along Laura Duncan Road and Camden Drive. This is our border with the town of Cary. There's some office uses here and some undeveloped areas. The adopted land use map shows this area as commercial. The amendments presented to the public show high density residential added to the commercial with that apartment designation. Based on the responses received, we learned that 70% of respondents do prefer the proposed amendments. 24% prefer the existing land use map and 6% something else. Some commenters noted that this should be a gateway to Apex. There was a comment to leave this undeveloped. Other commenters noted support for mixed use areas, and then some would rather see this stay commercial. There were some concerns about parking and traffic in this area. And planning staff support the amendments as presented to the public without further changes. The next area we're calling Downtown North. This includes the Shepherd's Vineyard Shopping Center, anchored by Food Lion, this area bordered by Old Raleigh, Apex Peakway, and Laura Duncan Road, as well as two areas along North Hughes Street, which are occupied by Jordan Oil. The adopted plan shows commercial for the Shepherd's Vineyard area, and the proposed amendments add high-density residential to commercial with the apartment designation. For the North Hughes areas, the adopted plan shows industrial employment, and the proposed amendment would change this to office and high-density residential with that apartment designation. 62% of commenters indicate they prefer the proposed amendments, 21% like the existing land use map, and 17% something else. We received comments in support of mixed use development. Many notes that walkability should be prioritized in these areas. For the Shepherd's Vineyard area, some commenters would prefer commercial since there's been residential development in the area. We received a desire for senior housing in this area along North Hughes Street. And then consistent with all of the amendments we received comments that we should maintain green space. In this case, planning staff's recommendation is to support these proposed amendments as presented to the public without further changes. The next area is downtown South. This is along South Salem Street, adjacent to Moore. This is occupied by First National Bank. The adopted plan shows medium density residential and office employment. The proposed amendment would add the high density residential stripe with the apartment designation. 52% of respondents prefer the proposed amendments. 41% indicate that they support the plan as adopted, and 7% something else. We received a comment that someone would like to see this be park, public, or private. There were many comments about development style, comments to maintain parking here. Staff are recommending an alternate version. We recommend removing the medium density residential stripe and adding commercial services. And the intent of is to address some of those comments about development style and try to have something where we have active ground floor uses with residential above and avoid townhomes in this location. And so that is shown on this slide. The next area we're calling Downtown West. It includes 3 different areas. The first is along Hunter Street. This is where the fire station is now. The second area is along West Williams, and this is an undeveloped parcel adjacent to Walgreens and the post office. And the third area is single family residential along West Chatham. This is adjacent to Lake Ridge Apartments. For the Hunter Street area, the adopted plan shows office employment. The amendment would add high density residential stripe with that apartment designation. For the West Williams area, the adopted plan shows office employment and commercial. The proposed amendment would remove office employment and add high density residential with the apartment designation. And for West Chatham, the adopted plan shows medium density residential, and the proposed amendment is to add high density residential with the apartment designation. Overall, respondents indicate 45% prefer the proposed amendments, 39% prefer the adopted plan, and 15% something else. Within these areas, we received some different comments. For the area along West Chatham, there was a desire to add high density and commercial in this location and remove the apartment designation. For the area along West Williams Street, we received a number of comments, and some were about the land use map amendments, and some also referred to a rezoning that's proposed for this property. Several commenters indicated that they would prefer to see office, commercial services, and medium density residential in this area. Some commenters noted concern about stormwater impacts of any potential development here and impacts to stream buffers. There were comments with concerns about topography, since this area adjacent to West Williams is higher than areas further from the street. And there were also concerns about traffic. And many of the commenters identified themselves as living in this area here. So planning staff is recommending one change from the proposed amendments in this area. And that's to remove the apartment designation from West Chatham Street. So then that would be shown as either high density or medium density residential without the apartment designation. The next area is Apex Peakway South. There's two areas here. The first is along South Hughes Street and Perry Road, and it's undeveloped, but it's used as soccer fields. And the second area is along Tingen Road and Apex Peakway, also undeveloped at this time. For the Hughes Street area, the adopted plan shows office employment. The proposed amendment is to add high-density residential with the apartment designation. And for the Apex Peakway area, the adopted plan shows medium-density residential, and the proposed amendment would add a high-density residential stripe. For this area, 60% of respondents indicate that they prefer the proposed amendments, 20% like the adopted plan, and 20% something else. We again received comments to leave conditions as is and maintain the trees. There were some comments that higher density closer to the Apex Peakway would be preferred in this area, and people asked to be sure that we left this area as medium density residential, which is consistent with what's proposed. Also for this area, we received a comment to either add the apartment designation or remove the medium density residential stripe and make that medium high density residential. And for this area, we received a comment to extend the uses that are shown along South Hughes Street instead of the office and high density residential. So planning staff is recommending one change here. We do suggest adding the medium high density residential to this area and removing the medium density residential stripe. So it would then look like this. And the final area of proposed change is along Vision Drive. This is occupied by the Lifetime Fitness building and the Beaver Creek Commons area. This is Beaver Creek Crossings, and then the Chapel Ridge neighborhood. So 3 areas here. For Vision Drive, the adopted plan shows commercial services, and the amendment presented to the public added the high density residential stripe with the apartment designation. Beaver Creek Crossings is shown as commercial services, and the proposed amendment would again add the high density residential stripe with the apartment designation. And the idea of these changes here, we're seeing a trend with some of the bigger boxed stores that they're converting to mixed use with residential on top. So this sets up for that, that type of development. And then the Chapel Ridge area is shown as medium density residential on the adopted plan, and the proposed amendment is to show that as medium high density residential. For these areas overall, 54% of respondents indicate that they prefer the proposed amendments. 35% indicated that they prefer the adopted plan, and 12% something else. We received comments specific to the Chapel Ridge area to really maintain this neighborhood as is. There's a preference for the green space and unique feel of the neighborhood, and there were comments against high density residential here. We also received comments supporting changing the commercial services areas to high density residential with commercial. There were comments that this would address the needs for more, less expensive housing. There were some comments with concerns about traffic and then a comment to leave this area as green space. Planning staff are recommending one revision here, and I'm going to switch to this slide first. We're recommending that this parcel be added to the amendments so that it could be included in possible redevelopment of that area. And so this is the only change that we're recommending here. This is just a summary of the recommendations from staff, if helpful. The planning board did unanimously recommend adoption of the proposed amendments as recommended by staff during their February 10th meeting. And when you're ready, I do have one comment from the public for the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Cox? Okay, Councilmember Gant.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. One of the ones that was revised that I want to ask you about was the Downtown West change, and the one on Chatham. If you could bring the map up. And specifically, I have a little bit of a hard time understanding the yellow stripe with a orange stripe and not light orange. And that's because it seems like, so yeah, I guess the revised took off the A, right? That was the recommended for that Chatham one. My understanding of that kind of land use is that they can develop homes or units between 3 and 7 per acre, and then 14 and above. And there's a middle there that this would prohibit. So can you help me understand why either the light orange is not included either as the top or the bottom of this range in this land use on that side from stats point of view?
This is Diane, Ken. We were mostly looking at whether or not single family townhomes and apartments could all be allowed here, and we think that that would be appropriate, and that's why it's showing this way. The apartments that are currently on West Chatham Street, Lake Ridge Apartments, the new owner of that has talked with us about doing some redevelopment, and if we could get the adjoining property, that would be preferable. So we do want it to have the dark orange. I guess what I'm hearing is you'd like a third stripe. You would like it to be yellow, peach, and orange?
Well, I think the third stripe might mess up the other part with or I guess that's not really a common with residential. It's just that there's a middle there that it seems like it seems a little bit just unusual to me to have two ranges of densities that have a part in the middle that's not covered, and like anywhere in town, I guess. So maybe there are places like this that are I just haven't noticed on the land use map, but just the part where there's a middle that's missing there of density, I don't understand why that would be preferable to having it be a more continuous density range.
All the properties currently are single family, so if they wanted to subdivide and have another single family home on their property, that would be something that could be allowed. I mean, what we'd like to see is for it to be the high density, either townhomes or apartments, which is what the dark orange represents.
Am I hearing that because it's multiple and a little bit some smaller properties included, the flexibility of having that yellow color is preferred for maybe those if they don't want to develop as a big chunk? Is that what I'm hearing?
We did I heard from one of the property owners, and his preference actually was to have it be retail and office. We don't think that's probably going to be what some of the neighbors would want to see there. It's not really, it would only work if they were to purchase property out to 55 and make that the front door, but that currently has a daycare on it. So we think what would be nice is if and when Lake Ridge Apartments does redevelop, it would be nice if we could get some more units along that road. So that's why it was identified. Otherwise, it's very likely just to stay single family homes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stallings.
Yes, I was just trying to get some clarification from a planning perspective with transit-oriented development. It sounds like the goal usually is to have more high density along our roadways, correct? And obviously in these areas that we're talking about.
Yes, so transit-oriented development is in terms of what the actual density is, that's going to vary from location to location. But the general idea is that you want higher density residential and non-residential uses along those routes served by buses or other forms of transit.
And I'm assuming usually we would think this type of housing would be more affordable to residents who want to live here, who have affordability needs, yes, or not necessarily?
I think generally smaller units are often more affordable. However, that's not always the case if it's in a premium location. There's definitely other factors that go into that.
This is Diane. Ken, I wanted to point out we already have a project that's been submitted on one of these sites that is an affordable housing project.
Yes, and I should also add that this type of change is consistent with our adopted affordable housing plan.
And yet, any of the areas that were green spaces, the green space issue was less important than the density transit issue. It sounds like. Am I hearing that correctly?
So I think, we do have a UDO that will protect areas of green space as part of the development process. Our land use map, however, doesn't show conservation now of any of these areas, and that's not what we would recommend. They're along major transportation corridors, along planned or existing transit routes. And so when we're thinking about balancing where we conserve areas for trees and other ecological values, this isn't the highest use of those areas.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Gant.
Thanks, Mayor. I had a follow up. Make sure everybody got a chance to ask questions. Is it staff's opinion that some of these currently commercial ones that have this added stripe, does it make, okay, like let's say that one the far north near Cary, I forget which category it was. So that's sitting there as an empty field right now. And is it your understanding that they're going to, will this encourage just an apartment to come in, or do you think that this kind of change will make it more likely that it will be a mixed use development? I mean, how does apartments being like maybe in one of those A sections affect the commercial viability of the other A sections or the other parts of that property?
I'd like to address that if I could. This is Diane Ken. This property has been zoned commercial since before I got here in 1999. All that is there is the daycare. So it is not a very viable commercial location. By adding the apartments, we're hopeful that someone might want to do a mixed use development, but if they want to come in with an apartment project, because of the size of the pods, particularly on either side of Laura Duncan Road, we do think they are likely to come in as senior housing.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and move forward with opening this public hearing for comments. Are there any recorded comments or emails?
Yes, we did receive an emailed comment that I can read into the record. This is from Sarah Slate and Peter. I'm going to spell his last name Muecke at 920 Bryan Drive in Apex. And they write, my husband and I live at 920 Bryan Drive in Amherst, not far from the land parcel at 0 West William Street. I'm actually just going to go to this exhibit so you can look at it while we hear the comment. So this particular area. We request that you deny the proposed amendment of the lot at 0 West William Street in the 2045 future land use plan. We oppose the proposed rezoning of 0 West William Street from PUD CU current to PUD CZ proposed. Given the lot's unique topography, the surrounding infrastructure and housing, and the stream. We are not opposed to affordable housing close to downtown, but think that this 5-acre lot would not be able to accommodate high-density building and the amount of parking it would require. It would introduce an extraordinary amount of increased traffic along West William Street. As we understand it, the zoning was carefully considered in the past based on the lot's topography, the surrounding infrastructure and housing, and the stream that flows through Amherst and eventually feeds into Jordan Lake. Current zoning allows for 3 small buildings and calls for a good portion of the property to remain undeveloped due to the stream. This is very important. We believe the use restrictions should not be changed. We urge you not to rezone the parcel, but to keep the zoning it has now. And that's the conclusion of the comment. We did confirm that the commenter wanted this read for both the land use map amendment, and she may submit comments again for the rezoning.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cox. All right, with that, we'll close public hearing and no action tonight, no vote. We'll move this to Thursday's council meeting on February 25th, 2021 at 4 o'clock. Thank you. Why don't we do this? We've been going for 2 hours. Let's take a quick, if we can take 10 minutes and resume, and we'll hear unfinished business one after. So 8:10. Thank you. Okay, I'm ready to call the meeting back into session. All right, we'll go ahead and move to unfinished business 1, presented by Russell Dalton, Senior Transportation Engineer. Possible motion to recommend modifying Jesse Drive Phase 1 final design plans to remove the proposed U-turn bulb out and include the Sweet Gum access alternative while keeping Sweet Gum Drive connected to Jesse Drive as a right-in, right-out access as presented. And possible motion to recommend continuing the 10-foot side path westward along the north side of Jesse Drive in the Phase 1 final design plans to the intersection at Future Production Drive, Horton Park Drive. So, Mr. Dalton, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll briefly recap what we had in the presentation last time. Let's see here. So, let me share the screen. This works. Okay. So, as you can see on your screen now, what we were discussing was, as we are currently in final design at what we call 65% plans, we show a U-turn bulb out for access to Sweet Gum Drive. As you may recall, widening this road, improving this road for a 4-lane thoroughfare, according to our transportation plan, requires a median because of, it is a median divided road in our plans, and obviously Sweet Gum Drive is extremely close to 1010 Road, provides for safety and capacity at this location. So drivers entering from 1010 Road would travel down Jesse Drive, make this U-turn, and double back to turn right into Sweet Gum Drive. If you are leaving Sweet Gum Drive, you would exit to the right. If you need to travel back west, you would get into the left turn lane and make a U-turn at 1010 Road. So that's how access would be handled based on our current final design plans, and that also is consistent with recommendations in the feasibility study that was conducted a year ago, where we showed actually a U-turn further down, a little bit further west at Wren's Nest. We did move it closer. I did mention in our final design plans to, at least in the interim, provide a little bit more convenient U-turn location so drivers wouldn't have to go quite as far to make that U-turn to go back. So the option that we investigated during our final design, because of some of the comments that have resurfaced concerning access to Sweet Gum Drive, we looked at an access alternative. This was reviewed by town staff and recommended to NCDOT. NCDOT in turn reviewed and recommended this design as an option. So it shows a connection roughly where the U-turn bulb is proposed in our final design plans now. So you would be able to travel west on Jesse Drive, make a left turn in, travel down this connector road on 4821 Jesse Drive between 2512 and 2528 Sweet Gum Drive, and connect to Sweet Gum Drive at this location. So it would also provide left turns out, which is a good benefit for this location. So we talked some about that. A lot of the concerns were raised by the residents for various reasons, and I can go into the additional comments after I briefly go over the multi-use path. So the other issue was the gap in the multi-use path on the north side of Jesse Drive within the Horton Park limits. As you may recall, our project has multi-use path on both sides of the road. Horton Park is constructing it on the south side with their current planned development. They are, improving and extending Jesse Drive, but they are not required at this time to extend side path on the north side. So if they move forward, their project would come before ours. They would have side path on the south side. We would come in later with side path on both sides to match up with their plan, and there would, if it's not included in our plan and if it's not built as part of development in the near future, then there would be that gap in side path on the north side to the intersection of Horton Park Drive and Production Drive. So I will temporarily stop sharing. And if it's okay with council, what I can do now is summarize the public comments that were received in that 24-hour period after the public hearing on the 9th. Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So I will bring that up. Let's see here. Okay. So these are, this is a summary. We did receive nine different individuals emailed in that 24-hour period, 3 of which were individuals who had provided comments before. So I can still summarize those if you'd like, but I'll first go through the 6 that were additional comments, additional people commenting. So Nate Nicholas at 2620 Sweet Gum Drive. His comments following our meeting on the 9th. He agrees with the new connector road to provide left turns versus U-turn, but he is against the proposed route. So he is in favor of some type of route to provide those left turns. And he said he favors pursuing a connector route south of the pipeline. And then Amy Marshall at 2620 Sweet Gum Drive. She suggested use of 4801 Jesse Drive for she said a roundabout or a turnaround and leave Sweet Gum Drive access intact or as is. She's against the proposed connector route and mentioned the request for a traffic signal at 1010 Road to serve vehicles and pedestrians. She cited concerns with any restrictions we would propose to existing Sweet Gum Drive for both residents and emergency access, and also the need to keep it connected to Jesse Drive in any manner. Elizabeth Farquhar and Zach Wynett, their comments for 2613 Sweet Gum Drive. They cited concerns with access, environmental impacts, and home values due to this Jesse Drive project as a whole. They did not have any suggestions that I could understand for a connector road, but they did explain opposition to the project as a whole. Brian Bradley at 2601 Sweet Gum Drive. He cited concerns with any restrictions to existing Sweet Gum Drive, and again mentioned a request for that traffic signal at 1010 Road. He also suggested a connector route that would be directly parallel to the west side of the pipeline that would go between Jesse Drive and Sweet Gum Drive. And also he cited the importance of left turns as opposed to U-turns for both emergencies, buses, garbage trucks, and people pulling trailers. He also asked to maintain Sweet Gum Drive connectivity to Jesse Drive under any scenario, and asked about information on timing of the project and any traffic impacts that we have. Rebecca Mitchell at 2612 Sweet Gum Drive. She is against the proposed connector route and also cited the request for the traffic signal at 1010 Road. She is in favor of new access to Sweet Gum Drive versus our U-turn, and she suggested a route west of the pipeline and then swing around across the pipeline south of the house at 2528 Sweet Gum as a possible best option for a connector road. And then she did cite concerns with overall impacts from our Jesse Drive project. And then Brent Cadd at 2512 Sweet Gum Drive, and Leslie Cadd had commented previously from this address, but he proposed an alignment of a connector road east of the pipeline on Jesse Drive that curves around behind lots 2512 and 2528 and then ties back into Sweet Gum on the south end of 2528 north of the pipeline crossing. It does appear to encroach on the pipeline behind 2528, but does tie into Jesse Drive north of where that pipeline crosses. But he did ask for just further evaluation based on his concept. Nicholas Ward commented previously, but additional comments since the public hearing are he suggested the connector to 1010 Road be reconsidered if it could to provide left-in, right-out access to Sweet Gum in the long term. He's not in favor of direct impacts to any portion of the his parcel at 2528 Sweet Gum Drive. He requested more time for evaluation of alternative routes and suggested a connector route west and south of the pipeline. Donna Province provided comments before. Her additional comments, 2624 Sweet Gum Drive. She requested more evaluation time to consider options, but also suggested debate between either staying with the U-turn bulb, as we are currently having our final design, or consider a route west of the pipeline that curves to cross the pipeline south of the house at 2528 Sweet Gum. She is not in favor of impacts to the primary or secondary well for the neighborhood, so she mentioned those concerns if we tried to propose anything on the lot that contains the well. And then Brian Dean, he had comments previously, and his additional comments, 2500 Sweet Gum Drive. He is in favor of new access to Sweet Gum versus the U-turn, and he suggested the route west of the pipeline and then crossing the pipeline south of the house at 2528 Sweet Gum may be the best option. Okay. So with those being the additional public comments we received since that time, I guess, I can open it up for discussion. We did receive some emails after that 24-hour period that went back and forth with some council members, and there were some questions via email. So anything you'd like to discuss, we can do that now.
Okay, yeah, we could do discussion. If we could have any council member would like to start off. Okay, Council Member Killingsworth.
So there were several questions that Cheryl Stallings sent, Councilmember Stallings, via email. And I would love to get that information before we start discussing back and forth.
Okay. So I think some of the questions that came up were concerning ownership of the golf course property there at the corner of 1010 Road and Jesse Drive. That's Kerry C. Jones Memorial Park Incorporated. I did reach out to our acquisition specialist and discussed with him. I'm not aware of any direct contact with them concerning this project one way or the other, and we're not aware of any plans from them to redevelop that property at this time. We've not received any pre-application materials or anything concerning that. So we did reach out to them through the public process at both the feasibility study stage and final design stage at both workshops. I'm not aware of their participation in those workshops. Part of the question concerning the golf course was, I think, surrounding a comment from residents that, we didn't consider shifting the entire Jesse Drive Road corridor north far enough to potentially maintain existing Jesse Drive, to push the impacts away from Sweet Gum Drive residents and potentially give them an option for maybe a collector type roadway that would connect back and give them left turns, maybe further west to avoid the U-turn and then avoid a different connector road. The best way to illustrate that, maybe I can pull up an image. We'll see if this works from our feasibility study. See here. Okay. So this is our what we call widening to the north option. So as you can see, as you go a little bit further west of the tie-in at 1010 Road, the existing Jesse Drive is on the eastbound lanes of New Jesse Drive. The westbound lanes are completely widened to the north. So this doesn't completely relocate the road, but it does shift it. Now, one question may be, if we didn't have to worry about the golf course, basically taking a hold of the golf course and causing them a lot of problems, could we do a better alignment at 1010 Road? And the answer to that is maybe we could improve this alignment a little bit more, shift it a little bit further north, and shift some of those impacts off Sweet Gum Drive. But that would not change the issue of being adjacent to this location where Sweet Gum Drive would have to tie back in and there would be a median. So it wouldn't give them left turns. Now, if we shifted it far enough north and kept it far enough north to be able to get a collector road in that would come back and give them a left turn further west, even east of the pipeline where we proposed that new connector road, to shift that north, you would be on top of these homes and this mobile unit, because as you can see, even with just a widening to the north, not shifting the corridor north, but just widening to the north, the multi-use path is within 10 feet of the front of this house. So even with this option, it's coming close to, and maybe even taking this house and getting very close to this one. If you shifted the entire road far enough to get that collector in to get back to a left turn for Sweet Gum, you're putting all that impact to the north. And to give you an idea, I mean, to transition a 12-foot lane for a major thoroughfare, 50-mile-an-hour design speed takes 600 feet to run out. So, you know, as you start shifting lane by lane to the north, you're running in multiples of 600 feet to transition back, and you're starting to push that widening of the road further to the north and much further west by even, 2,000 feet or more. So it starts running into a lot more problems. But the concern I would have is, definitely it would be taking these houses. Now, currently with our project, we're getting close to the house on this corner of Sweet Gum. So if the thought was why don't we relocate, the option between relocating the road north to get a collector road, what I would ask is, well, then why wouldn't, if you're going to take a house on the north side to shift the entire road, why would you not leave the road where it is, avoid impacts to a golf course, which there are a lot of issues with that because you're taking a hold of the golf course, and you would, instead of taking these houses, you would take this house and just keep Jesse Drive as proposed and run a collector road across the frontage here, because we're already getting close to this house. So as far as the alignment of Jesse Drive goes, I guess bottom line is we were trying to split the impacts in what we finally chose, because even just a widening to the north was pushing the impact on other residential lots, causing potential relocations. We wouldn't recommend changing the alignment of Jesse Drive from what's already been shown in the feasibility study and the final option and carried forward in the final design. We would propose some type of alternative to provide alternative access to Sweet Gum if the U-turn is not an option.
All right, Councilmember Stallings.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Dalton. I think as you might have heard through the email, Councilmember Killingsworth and I visited residents on Saturday there and saw the properties firsthand and the topography, and it sounds like it's just a challenge. From the wetlands, we got gas lines, we got septic systems, we have wells. They have mature trees, they have wildlife habitat, and it's about a third. It looks like, I think they said Sweet Gum is about a third of a mile long. So we were, and the alternative that you suggested going through those two homes, we looked at that, and that did not seem like a very big space. That was very concerning. So it sounds like this is a difficult, kind of a little bit of a dilemma here we're in. And you're right, and I appreciate you giving us the explanation. They were asking, what could the project be moved north and circle back into Wren's Nest? And it sounds like even by trying to do that, you're concerned about the impact on those other two homes. Okay. I don't have answers, just comments. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Councilmember Stallings. Do you have any?
I said, unfortunately, I don't have answers, just comments and concerns, but thank you for the explanation.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Russell, I think you saw the sketch that was sent to us by one of the residents about the moving Jesse Drive north that we were just discussing. From what you just said, is it fair to summarize the issue with that drawing is that it doesn't show nearly wide enough of a space for Jesse Drive that would be required to do the right of way? And also, when you refer to run length, in order to turn a road, you need a certain amount of space to turn a road at a certain speed. And the drawing didn't show it turning too fast. It was too much of a turn for the speed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, if we didn't have to worry about the golf course, if we could push impacts on them, again, we could certainly push more impact on the golf course. I wouldn't recommend it with the golf course in operation, without having that owner at the table to figure that out. But it doesn't gain anything for Sweet Gum in terms of access, and pushing it far enough north to give them a collector type road to avoid the connector we proposed or some other connector road. Really what that does is it just causes residential relocations to the north because it's so much of an impact.
I also want to add, relevant to the discussion we talked about, I actually as Marty and myself and some of the water resources people, With regard to impacts to the one lot, or both lots actually that have the well on it, my understanding of state statute is we can't come within 100 feet of the well. It's not just we're concerned about it. There's a rule apparently on the books. I was told that our easement can't overlap with this 100-foot radius easement around the well. Given that that lot is about 220 feet wide, it looks like we're precluded from state law from actually impacting that lot as well. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure about that information, but I know they were looking into it. I would have a lot of concerns with getting onto the well lot. As you saw from the comments from some of the residents, some of them were asking or maybe suggesting that the best alternative might be connecting west of the gas line, over near Wren's Nest, which is consistent with the directional crossover and the ultimate design of the feasibility study, and then curving south and east to cross the gas line and connect north of the well. That may be the best option if council wants a connector road that doesn't go between the two homes and is not satisfied with the U-turn that we currently have. It is a little bit longer road, but I believe we can cross the gas line. It's just a matter of time and it may take a little bit more money to make sure that that's acceptable. But it may be a better option than going even further south to get on the well lot.
Yeah, my understanding currently for my colleagues is that the well lot, anything south connecting. So the issue here isn't necessarily the route of the road. We could have the route go anywhere. The issue is where do we connect to Sweetgum? The well lot, to me, from what I heard from other resources, is that the well lot's out of the question. There's a well there. We can't get near the well. The lots to the south of the well are simply too small. If we're uncomfortable on the ones to the north, so forget about that. So we're talking about north of the well, which means we're connecting north to the pipeline. And there's two possible routes between the two homes, between 2528 and what's the other one? 2512. Between those two, or a possible route which winds over and looks like it might have to cross the pipeline twice and then connect south of. There might be some room south of 2528. Both of these residents, I think both these residents made it clear they don't like these options. They said no. The one that goes south of 2528 seems like a good idea to some people, but that would surround 2528 on three sides of the road. They would go behind them, it'd wrap around side them, and they have Sweetgum on the other side. And I'm not comfortable doing that to them, especially if they're against it. And as far as the one between the homes, I mean, there's room there, but as we, it would physically fit. But if both homeowners are also against it there, that to me is problematic. And it seems like with all those points taken together, we've eliminated all the possible points of entry unless we're willing to do a taking here to connect this road. I would ask then the conversation in my head turns to what's going on with this property to the west, the undeveloped property currently owned by SV Global LLC. Have they been brought in at any point in this conversation or part of the Jesse Drive project? And do we know what their thoughts are about the long-term use of their property?
No, we don't. And they have been just like all the property owners. We reached out to them. It's our experience in dealing with a lot of projects of this type. If there are commercial property owners or large property owners like this, don't always participate in the public outreach. Typically, the ones you get are the residents, especially when you're impacting their access or impacting their properties. And I would say that during feasibility study and even final design, you can talk to owners and you can come to some kind of understanding. But until you've got final design plans and you've got exhibits and checkbook in hand, you don't really know what's going to happen at the end. You have to understand that ownership can change over the course of 2 or 3 years in working on a project. So you can talk to one owner a year, and a year later it may be somebody else you're dealing with that has a totally different idea, or that same owner may change their mind about what they want on their property. I would just say that it's not a property, the large property to the west, on the west where the pipeline crosses, where we'd have the most linear impact from a road. It's not a property that's occupied by residents. So that is one favorable thing. And then if we do establish a public road, there's always the opportunity in the future, if that property is proposed for redevelopment, if it's a subdivision, for instance, they may have the option to do an abandonment to realign a roadway or create a different roadway network that still provides the connectivity, but maybe works better an overall plan. You know, we just don't know until they try to move forward with something.
Have you thought about, or have there been any discussions about, and I think Councilmember Gant brought this up at the last meeting, potentially updating our transportation plan to show some connectivity here with this property in Sweet Gum long term? Because I think there might be an option of, we can't go through the well lot today, but if the well lot's eventually abandoned, I think this is a secondary well, then that would be a natural place to connect Sweet Gum to a road here, and then you have a lot more natural connectivity than some of the things we're trying to force through at the moment.
Yeah, we do show a road, I believe it's a collector road that Ms. Cox pointed out to me after the February 9th meeting, a little bit further west of here. That's a north-south road connecting from Jesse Drive, and I believe it goes all the way down to Smith Road. You know, one option certainly is we could continue forward with the U-turn bulb out, knowing that residents aren't all in favor of a U-turn. However, there's opposition to property impacts from a direct connection. We could show roads on our transportation plan, so when development does move forward, or if there are opportunities in the future, we can facilitate some of those road connections a little bit easier. So, you know, that's certainly an option. Regardless of what we do, you know, we may want to think a little bit more about our transportation plan in this area, just making sure that we're consistent and we're showing collectors in the right spot as we move forward.
Okay, and I want to make one more comment before I give up the floor, Mayor, is another thing that's relevant to this discussion since our last meeting is we've had our budget retreat. And at our budget retreat, it became clear that our current plan through Jesse Drive is more in the 2025 for phase one, as opposed to like tomorrow or something. So there are multiple years before we break ground here. And I bring that up because it increases the chances that this property to the west will develop in the intermediate. And I think that may be the most realistic solution here. If we all agree we don't want to do a taking here, and we have property owners against both of the realistic options, and we're looking at a 4, maybe 5 year time frame before we redevelop here. Maybe the best thing to do is to update our transportation plan to show some connectivity here and make sure it's done when this property is done, and put the temporary bulb in and hope that it being more likely than not, this property may develop alongside in the next 4 years, given what we see in the area. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
So Council Member Stallings had mentioned that we went out and looked at the properties. We went out and looked at this alternative one between the two houses. And although on the map, it looks like there is plenty of room, there's also a septic field there, septic tank, water lines, and things like that, that they previously requested to be moved for other reasons and were denied by their, it was at Aqua is what they were talking about in that. So there's just a lot of issues there in trying to do the alternative one. So in my mind, that's just completely out. You know, I agree with Terry. We do need to look at the connectivity in this area, possibly connected to Wren's Nest, so that when this develops, we have a plan in place for that. And I mean, it's looking like the bulb may be the best temporary solution until we have further development and once we get this project going. You know, the possibility of going west and then coming in south that was recommended earlier. What are your thoughts on that, Russell?
Out of the options, again, if council doesn't want to move forward with the U-turn bulb, which if we're not in favor of the connector route as proposed, my recommendation would be to go back to the U-turn bulb because it avoids impacts on, you know, the residential lots where we've heard from residents where they are not in favor of any impacts to either of those lots. Because the next option, aside from the U-turn bulb, in my mind, would be the connection west of the pipeline that curves around to the south and then crosses the pipeline and connects to Sweet Gum Drive north of the well, which again is an impact on 2528. And that owner has said that they don't want any impacts to that lot in between the two lots or to the south.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in discussion? Does anyone have any motion of any kind? Yes, Councilmember Happy.
All right, I guess I'll do this here. So let's start with the side path. I motion that we decline to build the side path to the north of Jesse Drive. I feel that that's not necessary at this time. It's going to be a path to nowhere. When there's a path to somewhere, there may be some development there to do it anyway, and it's not a good use of resources.
I would second that.
Okay, motion Mahaffey, second. Councilmember Killingsworth. Any discussion on that? All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and just take a vote on that motion. So all in favor say aye, any opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. All right, any additional motions on this item? Councilmember Mahaffey.
I move that we direct staff to continue with the bulb out option and further direct staff to consider transportation plan updates, considering these lots here to provide longer term connectivity to Sweetgum Drive.
Okay, thank you for the motion.
I'll second Gant.
All right, second Gant. Any discussion on that? All right, hearing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to chime in real quick. First of all, I have a small house and a new dog, so I'm outside now in the cold. Yeah, as someone who lives in a neighborhood that's been around for a long time with a street impact that's severe, I feel for these residents with the alternative one and some of the other alternatives. And if there had been a guarantee that this had been full access forever for alternative one, I think I might have gone for it because that may have been worth the severe impacts. But when it's not a sure thing, building that road, I think would be a substantial change to that neighborhood and that part of that area. And so I think that hoping for development or encouraging development in that area that would connect it would be my preference. That's why I seconded that motion.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stallings.
Could I just get clarification, Councilmember Mahaffey, on the connectivity issue that you want to direct staff to? Can you just explain that a little bit more, please?
Okay, my belief is that there's a natural connectivity here we can draw on the map, straight down the middle of that other property, connecting over to Sweetgum with a connector roughly where the well is, and eventually the well going away. I don't want to be that specific in the motion because staff may come up with some smarter, better options. Maybe a larger network involving some of the other properties in the area. But that was my first thought: is that property is going to develop. It'll probably look a lot like Sweetgum, and just a road between the two of them would be helpful. And I think there's a good chance that's going to happen in the next couple of years, given that it looks like an investor bought that probably to develop it, not just to look at it. And with all this going on here, it'll be a primary. So that's my intention. I don't want to be too specific because Russell and his team and everyone over there are smarter than me. So, but that's what I'm thinking is a connection there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor say aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
and Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. And I do want to add, Mr. Dalton, thank you for all your hard work on this. I know it's things have been moving in many different directions, but we respect everything you and your team have done, and keep up the great work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Okay, we'll move now to new business 1, possible motion to consider renaming the Apex Community Center to the John M. Brown Community Center. And easy for me to discuss. You've already heard from our first presentation, did a proclamation for Mr. Brown. And the purpose of renaming the Apex Community Center is to recognize the many contributions of retiring Parks and Recreation Director John M. Brown, 35 long years. And just 1 year, more than Councilmember Gant has been around. So, this is a great thing to recognize a director who has led our town very well in regards to Parks and Rec. As I highlighted in the proclamation, he guided the department through unprecedented growth from 2 town-owned parks, 1.5 staff members in '86, 12 town-owned parks, 16.6 miles of greenway, 617.5 acres of parkland, 76,000 square feet of recreational building space, and overseeing the Apex Community Center, building that, the Halley Cultural Arts Center. One of my favorite places, the Rogers Family Skate Plaza. Being able to work with John and his team on that was very fulfilling for me. And as you can tell, when you ride by it, there's so many people who enjoy that amenity. Kidstown Park. Again, all of these parks and areas in our town are well used and enjoyed by our community members. But it's not just about what he's done as a director for the town, but his community involvement, the Apex Rotary Club, the Apex Festival Commission, the AAU basketball coach. I don't know what his record was, but I heard he was a really good coach. So, but it wasn't about the wins and losses, but I understand he impacted a lot of young people's lives. So that's really important as we mentor and make sure our youth are well taken care of. The YMCA We Build People program, again, another youth mentoring, project that John was involved in. So what I would like to do is, recommend that someone, make a motion to adopt this resolution of the Apex Town Council to rename the Apex Community Center as the John M. Brown Community Center. And I'll read the resolution real quick, and then we'll go from there. So whereas Mr. John Brown began working for the town of Apex as the first full-time Parks and Recreation Director for the town of Apex on January 15, 1986, and whereas during his years of service, he has been instrumental in helping the town council achieve its goals to improve the quality of life for the residents of Apex, and whereas the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Department has expanded significantly under his leadership to provide recreational, leisure, and cultural opportunities for residents and visitors alike. And whereas under his guidance, the town of Apex has constructed multiple greenways, recreational and cultural venues, and athletic facilities, and expanded land dedicated to parks and preservation. And whereas John has dedicated time and service to the Apex community by participating in and supporting service organizations such as Rotary International, AAU Basketball, YMCA, and the Apex Festival Commission. And whereas as of February 28, 2021, Mr. John M. Brown will retire from the town of Apex after 35 years of service. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in recognition of Mr. John Brown's service and contributions to the town of Apex and the community at large, the town council of the town of Apex does hereby approve renaming of the Apex Community Center to John M. Brown Community Center. And, when you do such great work, and we heard the public comments tonight, he's left a legacy. And what better way for us to honor him and his contributions to the town. So I did want to present all that information, and hopefully we will come together and recognize John for his accomplishments tonight. So thank you.
This is Councilmember Killingsworth. I'll make that motion.
All right, thank you.
Mahaffey, second.
I second it. Councilmember Stallings.
All right, I'll give it to Stallings. Sorry, Mahaffey. But you can vote, though. All right, any discussion on it before we go to the vote? Okay, Councilman Mahaffey.
I just want to take one more chance to thank John Brown for his service, and I look forward to using the John Brown Community Center in the future. think this is a good way to recognize his legacy.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the vote. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth?
Aye.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gant?
Aye.
All right, and Councilmember Stallings?
Aye.
Councilmember Mahaffey?
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. And we now have a John M. Brown Community Center. That's awesome. Congratulations, John, if you're watching. All right, we'll move now to new business 2.
Mayor, I am watching. I'm sorry. It took me a minute. You know, I said, I know I'm not maybe not supposed to comment under this, but guys, I can't, you have no idea. And there's so many other people that have been such a big part of this. And each and every one of them, including all of you guys, deserve this as much, and you deserve a piece of this. And I'm just so blessed to have had the opportunity to be a small part of what makes Apex so great. And I know there are great things ahead, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. As I always said, you're a man with a common name, but you have a unique heart. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Gilbert. And thank you for wearing your gold shoes tonight. Those of you that were the personnel committee meeting the other night, he promised to do it and he kept his word.
Because only for you, man. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your evening. All right. We'll move now to new business 2, Colleen Moraes, Downtown and Small Business Coordinator. Motion to approve the special event permit request and town co-sponsorship request for 2021 and 2022. Ms. Moraes.
Good evening, folks, and congratulations, John. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I'm sure he's very happy that I'm the person here for now the second year presenting special events for the town of Apex instead of the Parks and Rec Department. So, woo-hoo, John, see what you can do in 35 years. But anyway, that said, we've now moved to a different phase. As you all know, I've talked about this several times due to COVID. I actually have this year for special events. Normally,
Hey, Colleen, if you can hear me, there's a bad connection.
Has been sort of, yeah. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah,
can you hear me now?
That's better. You're breaking up.
Let me, okay, do you want to come back to me and move on to Vance? And I'll move my section to the next one. I'm going to move to a different room closer to the Wi-Fi.
Okay, I'm picking you up well now.
Are you?
Want to proceed? Yeah, just try it. Go for it.
Okay. Well, I was going to say, so due to COVID, we are essentially having to do these things sort of in groups. Are you hearing me? Or am I still breaking up?
We hear you.
All right. Yep. So we're going to have to do these in groups. So this is like the first round of applications we'll probably go through this year. Just more of a rolling application process instead of the lumped application process, because due to COVID, there's a lot of uncertainty as to whether or not some of these larger gatherings can take place. That said, this is the first round of applications we have. I'm going to just share my screen here. So the first one we're going to talk about is Farmers Market, which everybody knows and loves. And this year they're adding a partnership with the Apex Night Market. So the Night Market is a new event. Essentially, it is part of the Raleigh Night Market that's moving into Apex. They reached out both to the Farmers Market and to the town of Apex looking for a new partnership and a new place to kind of essentially celebrate small business. So the second Tuesday of every month, the application would start. So essentially for the Apex Night Market, it would be Thursdays from 6 to 9. It would start in a couple of weeks, starting with the first Thursday and running through October. They may suspend it for July depending on heat or weather, but there'll be one just every month. And then the Farmers Market is still going to be the same. It'll recur every Saturday from 9 to 12. It will start Saturday, March 20th and run through the March 5th. Both of these events are essentially the farmers market's moving its event space over to the gravel lot. And that is also where, that's the gravel lot located behind the Halley as part of the Saunders lot. And they're requesting trash bin liners, electric water hookups, etc. The town cost is about $279 for that access to those utilities. And same thing, one of the reasons they're moving to the larger lot is due to spacing. With the COVID restrictions, they need to have more spacing between tents and vendors, and the gravel lot will allow them to do that, where the depot lot would be too constrained and they wouldn't be able to fit as many vendors in. So that's one of the reasons for the request to move to that additional lot. The other event that we're going some of the other events we're going to talk about is Apex 4th of July. Again, this is a town sponsored, town run through Parks and Recreation event, just like we did before. This event's a little bit different because, and again, who knows if this will actually happen in the exact same way, but cost of the town is $11,466 worth of resources. We don't have any at this time. The technical review committee did not have any questions. Pig Fest has moved its event to July this year. So it would start with cook teams setting up on Thursday, July 22nd, also in the gravel lot behind the Halley, and the annex lot over on the Templeton. And then Friday, July 23rd, they have their competition in the beer garden in front of the Apex, in front of the depot. And then Saturday is the big festival that closes the street. That event is sponsored by the Apex Rotary Foundation, and the town estimated town cost, that should say 2021. Town cost is $28,652. And moving on, the music festival, and I'm going to talk about the next two kind of together. So we have music festival as well as Peak Festival also happening on Saturday, September 11th. This event is the big, huge event. So the music festival event will happen sort of in the afternoon in the Saunders Street parking lot. And then Peak Fest, as you know, essentially is North Salem Street between Hunter and Williams. And it takes over. So they start setting up on Friday, where they close the depot parking lot, but then the street closes on Saturday, September 11th. And again, so this particular cost is $29,000, and I'll go back up to Music Festival. And then the Music Festival, was $11,000. That all said, so essentially I'm going to stop sharing my screen and go to a different screen. And so with all of that, let's see, sure, stop sharing. Okay, so so it's about $80,000 worth of town resources when it all adds up. I believe that's what I have figured here. What? Yeah, there it is. So $80,794.23 is essentially what all these events total. And again, as I said, these are just sort of the initial events. There's only one new event within this, and it's in partnership with the Apex Farmers Market, and that's the night market. But all of these events have occurred prior to and in past in the town of Apex with all of these not-for-profit organizations. It would be really nice. Again, we unfortunately got to miss most of these events last year because they all happened or needed to be shut down due to constraints due to the COVID pandemic. And there still is a question of whether or not some version of these things with the exception of the night market and the farmers market, which operate under different rules. Farmers market in particular, because it's an agricultural requirement, so they're considered an essential service, so they're not restricted the same way these other gatherings are. But we may be talking about modifying these events. But as of now, we're going to approve them the way they've come in. They do all understand relative to COVID that they may or may not have to modify or cancel their events, but we're just working our way through the process at this point. Questions for me?
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
More a comment than a question. You know, I was previously on the Parks and Rec committee when it was in formation. That, you know, we spent hours looking over all this stuff. So I'm glad that you've taken care of this. And it looks, you know, just trying to figure out the in-kind versus, you know, police services and all of that. It took quite a lot of time and effort. So thank you. And it looks like, you know, things are very, very, you know, equitable across the board. You know, when you're approving one, you're approving the other. So I think it's pretty fair. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was going to make a similar point. I know that it was a point of discussion last year about the types of things that we charged and what the event paid for, what we paid for, and wanting that to be equitable across the different types of events. And obviously that all got canceled, but it looks to me that we've corrected that this year as well, that we are being consistent in the type of things we charge for, the type of things we in kind. So thank you for that. And so yeah, I was basically gonna make the same point. I also was curious as to if you've heard, is there a backup plan for the bone sucking and sauce City Pig Fest event? I was kind of looking forward to that. And I'm worried it's a little soon. You know, is there a weekend in September or October that can maybe pencil in just in case, you know?
Well, unfortunately, because it is a competition barbecue sanctioned event, that is like that weekend. So what I've actually discussed with them, you know, is a potential, if we can't get the big gathering together, could we sell like family trays of barbecue? Could we sell, you know, and kind of do a drive-through option? Maybe still have, because we do still have gathering limits, you know, maybe there's a way to do VIP tents that people could sign up for or something like that for some of the other stuff where people would be socially distant. So there's options that we have out there. I think we're all just very hopeful that, who knows, maybe in July with the heat and the way the numbers and the vaccines are coming, I think we're all just really kind of crossing our fingers and hoping for the best at this point. Because, I mean, I never would have thought that I would be having this discussion still like a year later over what the impacts of this might be. So I think we're all just being very cautious and hopeful, but we certainly, I know, in point of fact, as far as Apex Sunrise Rotary goes, this is a very impactful event for them. This is one of their largest fundraisers, probably their largest fundraiser. So not being able to have these types of events obviously impacts our community. So we really want to be able to do these kinds of things because this then allows them to do the grants and the other services that they get to do within our community, which we really appreciate. So I think we're all very hopeful that we can do this. So I think, but unfortunately, as far as moving to a rain date, because they're sanctioned events, we would still be, because we would be under the limit for the 100-person gathering limit that's currently in place. We would still be able to have the cook teams and that aspect of it. But like I said, we might have to go to some other option as far as like the people side of it, whether we're just selling trays of food or plates of food out. And that might be kind of where we go with it if we have to modify.
All right, Councilman Gant.
Thanks, Mayor. Ms. Perez, did I hear you right that this list is not necessarily exhaustive for 2021? So I noticed a big one not on there being the Christmas parade. So I was wondering about that.
Yes, I haven't seen that come in yet. But again, I think that Rotary Club is the other Rotary Club in Apex. We're all still just getting our ducks in a row and trying to figure out the best way possible. You know, it's a huge undertaking. I think as I don't think anybody was more disappointed that the parade didn't happen than the Apex Rotary Club. So I know that they definitely want to, but I think they're just being more cautious this year. And because we've gone to sort of a rolling application process, which in my mind seems better, because it's very hard to plan a year out, because the way this works is like they would be filling out an application after they just had to cancel their event, the way our normal process worked before. So this gives them a little leeway time. So yes, we will still be talking about that. And I think there is every intention that we will have a Christmas parade, that we will have the downtown tree lighting with all the events on Christmas on Salem, that some of those other events that we're all very used to happening. I think we're all just kind of waiting and seeing it, some of this for the later fall type of stuff. And it includes, and the Latino Festival's one of those events that we probably, I know that I will be seeing an application come in for the International Film Festival, which will tee up to the music festival and stuff. And I just got in the other day, the spring car show from the American Legion. So we'll see some of those things certainly happen. It's just a question of, like, again, it's just going to be a rolling application process that we go through. But all of the departments are aware of that, who are part of the technical review committee on the town side, and they're just budgeting based on prior years, that all of those typical events, our typical annual events, will happen in the budget year. So you're looking at the budget, those are planned items. We haven't decided or issued permits for that yet.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Colleen, we're starting to lose you again, so I think you got everything out. So if we could, if there is no other questions, is there a motion to approve? Anyone?
Killingsworth, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Dillinger, I'll second.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion before we vote? All right, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Moraes. All right, we move now to new business 3. Vance Holloman, Finance Director. Consider information and data presented by finance staff to provide direction to finalize the development of a utility customer assistance program.
Thank you, Mayor, and members of the council. Staff has been working toward establishing that program. The town suspended disconnections of customers for non-payment of utilities in March of 2020. Currently, that is scheduled to resume at as of February 28th, later this month. Currently, there are 1,992 customers who are subject to disconnection for non-payment. We have established payment plans in an attempt to assist folks. We have 527 of those in place, and the customer assistance program is an additional attempt for more assistance. I'd like to give you an update of where we stand and get your feedback on a few items. I'd like to begin by briefly going over the memorandum that was included in your agenda packet for myself, Deshaun Purvis, dated February 17, 2021. We began that memo with some very exciting and good news. Western Wake Crisis Ministries has agreed to help us with determining eligibility for the program. We still have some details to work out, but we hope to have that agreement, as well as our final program regulations, available for you to act on March 9th. During our discussions with Western Wake, we talked about the eligibility requirements for such a program and what they feel comfortable confirming, things of that nature. We came up with 3 requirements we're recommending. One is the applicant be living at the account's address. Second, the applicant to either be a U.S. citizen or legally recognized alien, and number 3, that they meet certain eligibility requirements. And this is an area we're hoping for your feedback on. Different percentages of the poverty level. There was an additional attachment I hope we can look over in a bit that laid out various percentages and family sizes and get some guidance on those eligibility requirements. These requirements were modeled after the Low Income Energy Assistance Program. That is the guidelines Raleigh uses in their customer assistance program. We did, however, leave one requirement out after conversations with Western Wake, and also reflecting on the things you've expressed to us about your desire to help the citizens of the town who are find themselves in this situation. That program included a requirement that if you had as little as $2,250 in savings, you were not eligible to receive any assistance. During these very uncertain times, that seemed like a very low level of savings to have and not be eligible. We have omitted that requirement from the recommended eligibility guidelines at this time. I'd also point out again, we do have an agenda. We do have an attachment to the agenda that has the various income levels. That's based on the U.S. poverty levels as established in January 2021. Western Wake has suggested that we base that on the two most recent months at the time the application is filed. I know there have been some concern expressed before. What if someone has just recently had a change in their income? And I think this criteria, testing it in that way, will help address that type of situation. When we first spoke with Western Wake, one of the things they expressed some concern about initially was the number of how many people would be applying for the program. At the time we spoke to them, there were actually over 2,000 people who were subject to disconnection. That did come down a little bit as of January 31st. But we really have no basis to estimate how many folks out of that 1,992 might apply for assistance. You know, you look at some evidence might suggest it'd be around the 700 figure. Depending on what else you look at, it could be around the 500 level or 128 figure. So it's difficult to know. And I believe that's one thing that did concern them. They felt that if you're in a situation where, you know, someone's potentially having their power cut off, and if you feel pressure to make an eligibility determination quickly, and you just have so many people applying at the same time, they had concerns about that type of situation arising. What we discussed with them is an appointment system, whereas they will have appointments for customers to schedule with them. If a person has made the appointment, our recommendation is they not be cut off until they've had an opportunity to have that appointment, have their eligibility for participation in this program determined. That will hopefully, you know, if it would take a long time, it would take many, many months, if not a year, to look at 2,000 applicants. So this type of system, I think the flow of information, some logistics on that will have to work out. But allowing a person to have their cutoff suspended while they got that appointment date, I think it will take a little bit less pressure off them to try to do as many as possible each and every day, and possibly feel rushed. And I certainly appreciate how that can make them feel that way. We've also discussed with Western Wake the possibility of reimbursing them for some costs. They are currently considering that, and will give us some feedback on what their needs might be very soon. We kind of got to the point that we had to really figure out the logistics of how to set this up, the dates, how to get things rolling. You know, last time we discussed this with you, we talked about when could someone possibly be cut off, and it wasn't really all that long into the future as we were discussing the program that night. And I know that created some concern for you. So what we're recommending currently is that we proceed with allowing the disconnection suspension to be lifted as of February 28th. Staff will not cut people off during the month of March to give us a chance to get this program in place and this appointment system to be set up. Also to give people additional time to set up their payment plans. We would begin cutoffs again with the April billing cycle. So the April billing cycle our typical disconnection would take 51 days for that to occur. So for cycle one, what we're looking at is the earliest possible date a cycle one customer could be cut off would be as of the 3rd week of May, and the earliest a cycle two customer could be cut off would be the 2nd week in June. So we feel like that's going to provide some time for people to get their payment plans set up, for people to get us to get this customer assistance program running and get some appointments scheduled and beginning to evaluate and Western Wake begin to evaluate eligibility. Payment plans, they won't be part of the customer assistance programs. We also would like to get some input from you on that. We are recommending now that we allow up to 12 months for the payment plans to be in place to pay off the prior balance. What would occur is a customer would be obligated to pay their current bill each and every month. And then if we go with a 12-month plan, 1/12 of the past due amount as of the beginning of the payment plan. During a 12-month period, they would be allowed to miss that payment plan amount, that additional payment plan amount one time without being disconnected. If a customer were to make their regular payment but fail to make their payment plan amount for a second time, they would need to make that additional payment to have, if they are disconnected, to have that reconnected. But we would not require the full amount to come due. It would only be catch up with whatever amount you're behind on under your payment plan. Also, as we get this program going, we need to think in terms of the amount of the award folks can receive. The current average outstanding residential outstanding balance, the current average is $555. If you estimate possibly 737 customers, that would require an appropriation of about $409,000. If you were to estimate, which I don't feel it's probably likely to be a valid amount, but the lower 128 customer amount, you come up with about $71,000. Also, again, in your handouts, there was a different federal poverty levels. Beginning what we've heard in discussions most frequently is either the 130, 140, or 150% amounts. If you look at your handout in the agenda package, you'll see a family of one person that the 130 would be 16,744. 140 would be 18,032. 150, 19,320. Let's say a more typical number, go down to a family of four. What that would give us at 130 would be $34,450 annual income. 140%, $37,100. 150%, $39,750 for a family of four. So we'd like to get maybe your reaction to some of our proposals in this memo, as well as some feedback on the what you think about the different eligibility levels, income eligibility levels. We had included also in the handouts a summary again of where we stood as far as our past due utility accounts go. That amount has increased to up over, and these are the past due, not subject to disconnections, but the past due, just a little over 2 million as of January 31, and just over 5,000 customers. Again, that is not the number that is subject to disconnection. That is the past due amount. It's impacting about 3.37% in total of the different fund revenues from these charges. Electric fund being the highest at 3.72%.
Mayor Gilbert, my raise hand function is not working, so hopefully you can hear me okay.
I can hear you. Give me a look.
Certainly.
Okay. So I had a couple of reactions to some of this, Mr. Holloman. So thank you so much for going through this, putting all this together. First reaction related to cutting people, the disconnection. I still think that couple of things from our budget workshop. We had a question about, like, could we have done more, and I think the response was yes, but, what could that have been? We didn't really discuss that. So, if there is a possibility we could have done more, then to now look at this and that we're still in a national state of emergency, a public emergency within the country and the state. I personally have an aversion to plan to cut people off this month, with being in a present state of emergency is one thing. Then the next reaction I have is on the letter, page 2 in the packet, but I think I would like to have that language be more like number 2, just really thinking about how to talk about it. If we're going to talk about and understand that instead of legally recognized, we should just say lawfully present or something like that.
Yes.
Just something more. Yeah. I don't want to refer to people as the former word of aliens that the government came up with, if you don't mind.
I apologize for that.
Oh, no, it's nothing I would expect you to do this. So you don't do this every day. And I don't do this either, but thank you for that. And then I think related to the number of people and the percentage levels, up to 200% and go on down to 100%. And I may have missed this. What would we do with people who are under 100%? So, for example, parents.
Well, it will establish. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it will establish a ceiling. It will establish a ceiling. So anyone who is below that. So if you were 80 or 90, you would qualify. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so maybe we should make that clear, because what it looks like is if you make 50% of poverty. So, for example, parents who are eligible for Medicaid themselves typically make about 50% to 60% of the federal poverty, which is $8,000 to $9,000 a year. So we would want to make sure that people that are under poverty could definitely get help. Well, we would probably word that if you are at or below a certain percent of the poverty level. And,
right.
If we established that at 130, that would be anyone who is, at 129 down to 50 would all be eligible. Yes, ma'am.
Right. Okay. All right.
We'll write that way. Yes, ma'am.
So say up to 100 or something like that. So yes, instead of starting at 100. Okay. Thank you for that.
Or whatever percentage you choose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
So those are some of my initial thoughts, but thank you so much. Oh, wait, one more thing. Did you get a chance to look at the Utilities Commission guidance related to Duke Power? It came out today.
I hadn't seen that, no, ma'am.
So, and I didn't get a chance to look at it either, but there was a ruling in the matter of the coronavirus response and related to suspending disconnections. And so I did not get a chance to read it, but we should flag that to take a look at that and see what that says, because that's going to guide what we would want to do as well, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holland.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else? All right, Councilman Mahaffey.
Thank you, Mayor. Vance, are you aware, is there currently, I'm looking on the website, what's the county currently doing with regard to utility assistance? I see they have some, looks like a long-standing program involving, cool weather, winter weather. Has their COVID program expired at this point?
I believe a new program for rental assistance, and I believe that has some utility assistance too, has just begun, I believe.
Right. My only fear here is I definitely want to provide assistance. I don't want to just replace county dollars with Apex dollars, because that doesn't do any net good. It just kind of shifts the burden to our taxpayers. So, that's easy to address. Just if we're making appointments with Western WIC in this program, just make sure they're also pointing people towards the county when appropriate. and make sure we get those county dollars in Apex before we start supplementing with Apex dollars for those who are eligible. But other than that, thank you. I'm excited about this program. I think this fills a missing need and a gap. I know the county program, like we were just talking about, it seems to be coming and going based on what the federal government has or hasn't passed lately. Having something kind of in the background. And I hope this is an ongoing concern for Apex, not just for COVID. Maybe it doesn't need to be funded at the level we do immediately going forward, but I hope we can have something like this year over year to help residents who get into some trouble, who are, provide them a little bit of a bridge to get back on track. So I'm very excited about this program.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilmember Stallings.
Yes, Mr. Holland, thank you again. I agree. This looks really good. And I was going to also remark about item 2 on the memo to Mr. Purvis that language be modified. And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for mentioning that, because that struck me also that needed to be reworded. Mayor Pro Tem, were you suggesting that this be extended in some way, or are you satisfied with the merits of the program as it's outlined?
Yeah. The program is great. I'm just not okay with cutting anyone off during an emergency. And the commission's response to Duke, and this is pages long, but when I looked at it, is that the first paragraph, it says it's ordered that effective immediately for bills rendered through March 31st, 2021, and it names the different entities, including PSNC and all. Shall cease residential customer disconnections due to non-payment of utility bills. So just to say, we're still in an emergency issue. So I just don't think we should be cutting people off, asking them to wait, wear, and wash, and all these different things if they cannot do that. But that's my thing there. I'm fine with everything that's going on, but I'm not fine with cutting people off during a state of emergency at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
I'm going to agree with Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. I think the program is great, and I think it's set up to be very helpful. But we are still in the middle of a pandemic. There's still a lack of jobs. There's still people that have to stay home. Still kids that need access to electricity to go to school and so on. So I would really, and now they're talking about doing summer school as well. So if we cut people off in May and they still have to attend school in June, July, then we've got an issue there. So I would agree that I am not ready to cut people off at this point.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Stallings.
Just to say, I agree with you both on that as well. I think things are, I'm hopeful that we are moving in the right direction, but there's still a lot of needs. And I think we're going to have a ways to go before economically people get back on their feet. So I agree with my colleagues, Councilmember Killingsworth and Mayor Pro Tem, about not cutting anyone off at this point.
And I would like to offer, I agree with everything was presented as well. So based on what we're dealing with, there, as you said, there's still a lot of people with hardships. So now is not the time to create more. So thank you for everything that was presented. Anyone else? All right. Do you need any other information, Mr. Holloman?
Well, I gather what you're saying then is, do you want us to continue to set the program up? Okay, continue forward with setting it up, and I guess you'll make some decision on whether to extend the moratorium on cutoffs or not.
Correct.
Well, the moratorium expires in a few days, right?
It's 28th, I understand.
Yeah. So if the council wishes to extend it, we got to do it now.
True. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend the moratorium until the end of May. That'll give us another couple months to get the program completely set up. Hopefully, we will have a lot more people vaccinated and a lot more jobs available for people at that point in time to get back to work so they can pay their bills.
Oh, and this is Doja. I'll second that. What's it? The date certain?
May 31st, I believe.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. All right, any further discussion before I call for the vote? Councilmember Haffey.
Mr. Mayor, and to my colleagues, would it make sense to start tying our disconnect date to the decisions that the Utilities Commission may make for Duke Power and other entities? If it seems like we could say something like May 31st or the date that the Utilities Commission has set to expire, whichever comes later or something like that. So if there is another extension, we don't need to come back and take another action. It seems like our intention is to at least keep up with decisions made elsewhere and keep a consistent expectation for utility customers across the state. It makes a certain amount of sense. I'm asking a question.
Yeah. Only thing I would say about that is, related to Duke Power is a much different entity than local government. So I don't know, and I haven't read the whole thing. But when I think about the timing related to the executive orders and the rollout of different groups of people for the vaccine, we just keep coming back doing it 30 days. So, if I'm okay with May, but I appreciate that.
Okay, and I'll also add part of one good thing about pushing the date back and not having a hard stop soon. It gives the program a chance to stand up a little slower. I think once you have that cutoff, there'll be letters sent out. People are going to rush to the door, and Western Wake may be a little overwhelmed. And if we do kind of a softer launch here, I do think there needs to be a way to let people know. With the utility disconnect, the way to let people know is obvious. You'd say so right in the letter. Hey, we're disconnecting you. By the way, we have this program. I think we should consider sending out 5,022 letters, or however many are there today, letting them know about the launch of this program or the actions of the council tonight, to get people involved. I also wonder when do we decide? I know the letter mentions a couple numbers on what we would need based on various estimates. Do we want to put a dollar amount on the initial program tonight, or can or should that be done at a later point? Vance, do you have any thoughts?
Well, we're going to try to gather some additional information about, to get a better estimate. In a few weeks, we'll have our numbers right now are as of January 31. The number that are subject to disconnection and the average balance, that's all almost a month old now. So during that first week of March, we'll have some additional information on that. That may make it a little tight to get it in by the March 9, for the March 9 agenda, or we could potentially send that bit of information maybe a bit later. But of course, or we could potentially, move to the March 23 for establishing or getting the program regulations in place.
Let me ask you this way. When do you think you can write the first check, and what else do you need the council to do before that time? I imagine
we're definitely going to need a budget amendment. Yes, sir. Yeah. We definitely need a budget appropriation for it before we are able to. What we'll do now again is it's going to kind of be an internal flow of funds from the general fund to the water sewer fund. The individual won't actually receive the money, but they'll receive credit against their account for that amount. The town will apply the money to their account on their behalf. But again, we would need a budget amendment before we're able to do that. So we certainly have that of our best estimates prepared March 9, and there's always a possibility of changing that number down the road if it becomes necessary.
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
I was just thinking that maybe it might be a better option to tie it to the state of emergency, that Governor Cooper has stated for North Carolina instead of a utilities commission or something like that. That way, when we're no longer in a state of emergency, then at that point, discussing the cutoffs and normalcy.
All right, thank you. And Councilmember Haffey.
I wonder, and this is a question, I guess, for Lori. Does the mayor have the authority to suspend utility disconnects in a town state of emergency? Does anyone know?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please. Does the mayor have the ability to
suspend utility disconnects as part of a local state of emergency that the mayor might issue?
I don't know. I'd have to look at that real quick.
Okay, I'm just wondering if if it's a more consistent workflow across levels of government here, if rather than us doing this by ordinance every month, if the mayor were to amend his state of emergency, it seems consistent with what's being done at other levels. If that was a procedurally better way to do it, I'm curious to know. I'm not that I'm opposed to doing it through ordinance, but.
Yeah, I'll look while y'all continue to discuss.
Councilman Gant, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. During this break, I was thinking, sorry, train now. The budget we had for the COVID loans and then turned into the downtown videos and all that stuff. Because we weren't doing the micro loans, there was some money left over of some, I think, sizable amount. I'm wondering if that's maybe a good budget starting place for this program, because it's kind of all related to COVID anyway. I'm not sure how much is left of that. The only part I don't know about is the amount, but there is some, I think.
Okay. Mr. Holloman, any follow up on that?
Well, I am not aware of what that amount is myself, but I'll certainly work tomorrow towards, get with folks tomorrow and try to find out what that amount is. The only other item, if you'd like to maybe suggest some guidance on, would be those different income percentages. I mean, do you have a feel? Again, I think the ones I most often heard, the 130, 140, and 150 range. Do you have any preference with regards to those ranges, or as a percentage of the poverty level?
I don't have the raise hand thing. I think going up to 200 is good. I mean, that's what the state uses, for example, for children who are on NC Health Choice, for example, so which is health insurance, and so that lets you know that's can be a low, considered a lower age. So I'm fine with the up to 200% from 0 to 200%.
Councilmember Killingsworth, I'm okay with that number as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Vance, this is Sean, Mayor and Council. I can answer Mr. Gant's question if you like while Lori's still reading. There's going to be somewhere roughly, so give or take, so this isn't exact, Mr. Gant, but it'll be around 400,000 that was left over since we couldn't quite work out the microloan or grant programming. We have some money allocated to those downtown activities. So aside from the microloan program, if we're not doing that, it'll be about 400 or so that we have to at least consider for this. Now, the other piece of it would be, if we contract with Western Wake, we'll provide some level of compensation so that they can, that's the service agreement, the service contract. And we're waiting on numbers back from them, as you heard Mr. Holloman state. So that's just a rough number, Mr. Gant.
And to be clear, the proposal is only Apex residents and Apex utility customers would be eligible. I know Western Wake, I bring that up because Western Wake serves the whole area. And I would hate to send mixed messages to some of the other, people in the area they serve.
I believe, based on what the Raleigh program has done, they have interpreted the fact that they are using the taxpayers' funds to make these payments, that it has to apply. Their funds have to be used solely for citizens of Raleigh. And of course, a few of the other people there in the water sewer business with, I think Garner and at times others have, or maybe Nightdale has also donated some funds for their citizens. So I believe that's consistent with what is being done and what I understand the legal restrictions to be. It's from Apex taxes. It would be Apex citizens only.
All right. Okay, we have Ms. Hoy ready to share the information.
Yeah, so in looking at our town code and what the mayor has been authorized to proclaim in a state of emergency, suspending disconnections of utilities is not one of those items. So he could not do that unilaterally.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman Mahaffey, go ahead.
Is that in our charter or is that in our code? Is that something we could amend?
That is in our code. It is not clear in looking at the statute that's one of the things that you could authorize. I'd have to do a little more research to look into that.
Okay, I'd be interested in giving the mayor the authority to suspend disconnects as part of the state of emergency, if it were permissible. I think the state of emergency, could be issued the next day. We stop disconnects the next day, whereas, we would need to get together. It could take us 2 weeks. So it seems like one of those things. Obviously, we're in an okay state now, but for the next emergency, I think that's be a useful thing to have.
We'll look into it.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, so we have a motion and a second. We'll move to the vote now. All in favor say aye and opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Holloman.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving to new business 4. Councilman Mahaffey, discussion and the setting of municipal election filing fees for the town.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something I think you and I discussed, and I discussed with Donna a while back. And the general idea, I'm see if I can pull up the list here. I'll share my screen just from our packet so people have some context for what we're discussing. But the general idea is before every election, it's actually in our authority to set what the filing fee is. And other towns have been adjusting. So the question was asked, do we want to adjust as well? And if we do want to adjust, pretty much now would be the moment to do it. That being said, since we discussed this, the state is talking about moving the elections back until next year. I don't know if you guys heard. So if that happens, we'd have slightly more time to come to a final decision. But I think now would be a good moment to sort of just take a look at what we're doing, what other towns are doing, and just have a quick discussion. If we're comfortable where we're at, we can leave it where we're at. We can set a different amount, or we could, kick the can down the road for something else. So the close this here, and I'm going to share my screen in a second to zoom in. So you guys see that?
Yep.
So there we go. That's from our agenda packet. Carrie just adjusted Kerry was at $5 for council and something higher for mayor, and they just adjusted to set their fees at 1% of compensation, which is what we're currently at. So most citizens don't know this, but the council compensation is about $8,000. So our filing fee is about $80, $81.08 at the moment. Mayor similarly is about $10,000 for our council. Filing, or the mayor filing fee is $100. So this is something we can adjust right now if we want. And one idea is to set it, and this adjusts every year automatically, as our compensation, I think, is set to grow with, I think it's, you know, with some, it's tied to the town pay grade. So it goes up roughly by, you know, inflation, 2% or whatever a year. So it's an odd number. Most towns don't tie it to compensation. We do. Kerry just tied theirs to compensation. And I guess the kind of the policy discussion here is you don't want to set your filing fees so high as to discourage participation. But at the same time, running for office costs, you know, several $1,000s at least. And you don't want it so low that the citizens are overwhelmed with people who aren't making a serious attempt at, and you have a ballot with 30 people on it because it costs $5. So one thing to think about is, I think the advantage of disconnecting the compensation to the filing fee is that then later we could, if we were to choose to increase the compensation to make it a more attractive for people to apply and run for office, it wouldn't automatically raise the filing fee to something that, again, might be you know, prohibitive for some people. So I'd like to hear others' thoughts on where we're at, looking at what other people are doing, and if anyone has a strong opinion about what we should do here.
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
So I don't like the idea of it being tied to our compensation, for sure. I like the idea of bringing it down, but not making it like $5 either. So I was thinking somewhere between $25 and $50, you know, in general as a filing fee.
I feel the same way you do, Councilmember. I think that I don't want to tie to compensation because I think the compensation for elected officials is problematic as itself as a barrier for certain members of our population to run for office. And I wouldn't want the filing fee to ever be as well. So for me, the bigger issue is that it's tied to compensation, not necessarily what it's at. I think $100 isn't so bad. I think if, you know, but maybe 300 would be, you know. So I would like to see it disconnected from the compensation. And that being said, the fact that Kerry just went to this model is a little unfortunate, a little problematic, and kind of undercuts the argument because I think we should move away from it. But I'd like to hear any other thoughts from the other members as well.
Councilmember Stallings.
I would agree that I don't think it needs to be tied to compensation either. So I support what you're saying. And so that might be the first decision. And then maybe a second decision that maybe we don't have to do tonight is then what would we change it to? But I agree. I want to open it up to people that can run, but not make it a very small fee, such as, you know, $5 or $10. So I'm in line with your thinking.
Yeah. And I'll add, Councilmember, that we kind of do have to do it tonight, or at least we did have to do it tonight under the old kind of schedule for what the election was going to be. Under the current plan of record where filing opens in July or June or whenever for this fall, the Board of Elections wanted to know, you know, by like the end of February, like what are your fees going to be? Because they have certain stuff they have to get ready to that as well. So this got delayed at this moment. But again, if there is a delay in the election for this year, that I maybe provide an opportunity to adjust it in more time. That being said, I don't think it's a drastic decision that we have to dwell on for too long. Even if we kept the fee roughly the same amount, in my mind, but just disconnected from compensation, it would stay steady going forward. I would be happier than I am now. So the tie for me is I think bad policy. I'd like to see a flatter fee.
Okay. Ms. Hoey.
Yes, since I don't have my raise hand. I do appreciate you thinking of not having this tied to compensation. And I don't think it's a good idea to have barriers for people, to run for office. I do wonder why it does have mayor and the 2 at large, because when the next election would be the 3 at large, so I'm just confused at why it has that stated there like that. I was thinking, is this going to be for next time? But then you just mentioned this year, so.
Yeah, the clerk put together the chart. I'm not sure why. I was
Okay.
It may have been based on a slightly older
show
chart.
The mayor, because the mayor is only with 2. Okay, that might be it, just to show. Yeah, I mean, I think we can pick, fees that are more in line with other towns. And maybe it's important for people to know sort of why there's a fee and what the fee is for, So we want to make sure that, whatever the cost is, that is covered by that too.
All right. Thank you so much. Looks like Ms. Hoey has her hand raised.
Yes, the filing fee is currently within section 2.2 of the town code, and so we would need an ordinance amendment if that is to change. The council generally, and I believe it's also required in our town code, needs to have an ordinance presented in front of them when they vote on that change. So
I wonder, I thought of that point, and I wonder, does the ordinance have to be in place today, or could we tell the BOE that we think the filing fee, could we get the ordinance in place by the time filing opens?
Oh, certainly we could. Yeah, we could certainly do that. I'm not sure what the Board of Elections, timing is like for what they wanted to know by the end of February. I'm not familiar with that.
And again, those timings may be up in the air given what has happened, but under our previous set of assumptions, my hope was maybe we could all agree verbally, maybe we have a motion to set the policy to direct staff to create the ordinance, which would be good enough for us to tell the BOE, hey, we're going to do this. And then the ordinance will be in place before filing opens, which I believe is a statutory requirement. Does that sound correct? That was kind of my hope.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you understood if the Board of Elections was requiring something, by the end of February, that was going to be very difficult not having an ordinance in front of you tonight.
Okay.
So if they will accept kind of a informal notification, anticipating a change in early March, that works for me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
I was going to say I'm ready to just say, hey, let's do $50 and let's go from here, and give guidance on that ordinance change.
I said mayor a little higher.
Do you have a suggestion?
50 and 75, respectively.
Okay.
Sound good?
Anyone else? I'm good with it. All right, Councilmember Stallings.
I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say 75 for the mayor, 50 for council. I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. Let me hear from Councilmember Gant. Do you have any comments?
I think it's all pretty much the same. I don't really care about this, so I'll vote for the majority here.
All right, thank you, sir. And okay, Councilmember Mahaffey.
I was going to make a motion to direct staff to prepare an ordinance to set the filing fee for town council $50, set the filing fee for mayor $75, and report to BOE the same. That's our intention to do so.
All right, thank you for that.
Killingsworth, I'll second that.
Second, Killingsworth. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor say aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
Okay, that passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, we move now to presentation by Interim Town Manager Rev Clark. Mr. Clark, are you there?
I am here, and I listened to all the John Brown awards tonight, and I probably the only one listening in this group tonight that's old enough to remember how far John took your program. I was in Clayton about during the same era, and I recall that our Parks and Rec department, their first office was an old jail cell. So I have to imagine that John didn't have much more to work with than we did, and you've really gotten a lot out of John, and I applaud him for what he's done. He's done a great job, and you can really be proud of your Parks and Recreation and where he's taken you from to where you are today. Now, on a serious note, another note, since I've been here, one of the things that I'm finding that seems to be an issue, and I've asked the staff to help me see if we can resolve it, is the communication of concerns from the citizens. And I had one concern today that ended up with 12 emails. It was a very simple concern, but it took 12 emails to get it to the point of fixing it. And I'm hoping you won't disagree that it certainly needs some looking at. Don't know exactly what the answer is, but yeah, it's one of those things that somehow we have to shorten the process because in fact you're spending a lot of effort.
All right, Mr. Clark, we lost you.
Having to get involved with that really don't need it. You hire people like me, or you hire director assistants or whatever, and we are held accountable for what we do. And I recall back years ago, I had a department head that says, how do you know that I'm doing a good job? And I said, well, when people start walking in my door, I'm going to know you're not doing it. So basically what I'm saying to you is, trying to find a process that gets the issues resolved to allow you time to deal with the larger issues that you end up having to deal with. So that's probably the biggest thing I have tonight. I also I've received in the last couple of days a number of monthly reports, and I assume that you have gotten all these monthly reports. It's a transportation report, water resources, load management. Let's see what else I have here. Capital projects and a police report. And I'm going to send these out to you. And I don't know if you want them all in one group of emails, or would you rather me send them over a period of several days so you can digest them? Maybe some feedback there. And I think I'm beginning to find my way around a little bit. So things have begun getting a little normal, or a little more normal, I should say. And I'm adjusting. So I think you're moving along in the right direction, and I can see some real progress in just the 2 weeks I've been here of some of the issues you faced.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Clark.
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Killingsworth.
I would just say, send us the emails and we'll get to them when we get to them. So we can filter through them as needed. So I wouldn't send it in one big email, but.
Well, they came, I probably just forward them on to you. They came in 5 or 6 separate emails, so I'll forward them in as they came to me.
Okay.
I recognize that I probably don't send you all the things that you got in the past. Some of it, I don't know what you got in the past. So but if it's something that you want that's important, just let me know, and I'll try to get it in part of my routine.
I do have one more question. Are those reports part of what the monthly reports are on the website online?
I'm not sure. All I know is they come into me as a monthly report for the status of projects or status of, for example, you've got your buildings that you've got under construction, or you've got some transportation projects that are in progress. So I don't know if they're on the website or not. And that covers pretty much what I have to talk to you about.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stallings has a follow-up.
With the capital projects like the electric building and the senior center and Pleasant Park, I believe we got weekly updates forwarded from Mr. Havens on that. And I really like that because they have pictures. They often have pictures of the progress. So that's one that I definitely like. And I store that because I like to share that with constituents from time to time so they can see the progress. So.
Do you want that still on a weekly basis?
I'm fine with that. I don't know what my colleagues are. I have an electronic file that they go right into, so I keep them separate. So.
And I asked that question. I'm betting that not much changes on a weekly basis, but it is a lot of effort that goes in to create these reports. So if biweekly or something else works, I'll be happy. We can get them any way you want to. Just remember that whatever we do, it takes time to do them. And but we want you to have the information that you feel like you need to represent your citizens.
I think biweekly would be fine. I don't know how my colleagues feel about that. And I'm talking about the capital project specifically.
Okay.
I would be fine with a bi-weekly as well. So.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I'm the same. So thank you. Anyone else? All right. Thank you for that report, Mr. Clark. If you need help getting around, just knock on my door at the mayor's office. I can help you get around more. So just let me know.
Okay. Well, they've given me a key to a car, so they said, well, just take the car and go where you want to. So I have gotten out a little bit and found my way around.
Sounds great.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. All right. Yep. We'll move now to closed session 1. Possible motion to go into closed session to consult with the town attorney pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A3 and discuss a personnel matter pursuant to NCGS 143-318.11A6. Is there a motion?
Killingsworth, I'll make that. But Ms. Hoey has her hand raised.
Okay, Ms. Hoey, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to suggest that if you had no further business, that we might want to let the public know that we won't come back into open session, but we'll adjourn from closed session. Just a suggestion. It's up to y'all.
Okay. All right. No further business tonight. So once we go into closed session, we will not return to open session. So I just want to make that aware to everyone that's tuning in. Thank you so much. All right, is there a motion?
Member Killingsworth, I'll make a motion that we go into closed session.
Okay, thank you. Second? Anyone?
Mahaffey, second.
All right, Mahaffey, second. Thank you. Discussion? All right, all in favor say aye, opposed no. Mayor Pro Tem Dozier. Did you say aye?
Aye, can you hear me?
Yep, got you now. Thank you. Councilmember Killingsworth.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Gant.
Aye.
All right, Councilmember Stallings.
Aye.
And Councilmember Mahaffey.
Aye.
All right, unanimous. We'll move to closed session. Thank you, everyone.